Hey, Jill, come on. We're going to be late for the Crypto Blend live stream. Call Barack and Michelle, see if they're going to tune in and watch. We can see him chart Doggy Moo coin.
Here we go!
This is the best president of the United States, Donald Trump, and when I'm not putting high tariffs into place, I'm watching Crypto Glenn. Only Dicky Duck.
We are late. The Crypto Glenn live stream has started without us. You fail me yet again, Stall Scream.
Jeez, I'm excited about this.
You're watching the Crypto Blend nightly stream. Real Alpha, Blend, can you chart Doggy Moo coin for me?
I'm too old for this shit. You know what time it is when you hear this, right?
Let's get ready to rumble!
Hey, Jill, come on. We're going to be late for the Crypto Blend live stream. Call Barack and Michelle, see if they're going to tune in and watch. We can see him chart Doggy Moo coin.
Here we go!
This is the best president of the United States, Donald Trump, and when I'm not putting high tariffs into place, I'm watching Crypto Glenn. Only Dicky Duck.
We are late. The Crypto Glenn live stream has started without us. You fail me yet again, Stall Scream.
Jeez, I'm excited about this.
You're watching the Crypto Blend nightly stream. Real Alpha, Blend, can you chart Doggy Moo coin for me?
I'm too old for this shit. You know what time it is when you hear this, right?
Let's get ready to rumble!
Crypto family! What is going on, ladies and gentlemen, children, boys and girls, chickens, ducks, all that good stuff? Welcome to another nightly crypto live stream. I'm your host, Crypto Glenn. Hey now, you could have been anywhere in the world, but you decided to be here with me. And in case I haven't told you this lately, I appreciate it. We start out tonight. The guest of honor. Crypto.com. CRO. Crypto Granny in the building! Act like you know. I think it's safe to say the winner today, starting out the beginning of the week, is CRO. And everybody wants to know what's going on with CRO. Big Josh in the building. There is trouble afoot. Everybody wants to know what's going on with CRO. Apparently, I'm not going to keep y'all in suspense because I hate when people do that to me. Apparently, Donald Trump's media team or his media company announced there's going to be a partnership with Crypto.com where they are going to use this partnership to launch ETFs featuring CRO, Bitcoin, and a handful of other cryptocurrencies. Now, I will say this. Now Truth Social, yep. I will say this. I am in the process of trying to validate this information. I have not seen it from what I would call like any legitimate sources. I'm not saying it's not real, but I'm not saying that it's 100% a fact a go just yet. Of which, this has been the price action on CRO. That chart looking straight up and down, right? So there's a couple things here I want to bring to everybody. To say, you got it in an email? Who was the email from? Oh, from TruthFi. Kind of looking here at Crypto Granny's in chat. Says she got the email, known stocks with Truth DJT. He is also buying backed. That's going to be pricey. I know backed, that's kind of a big deal. If that is legitimately factually true, that's going to be a big deal. Jamie with the I Heart Me. Thank you, Jamie, so much. I appreciate you. My guy Fear Crypto with the Tiny Crown and Crypto Slayer with the Heart Me. Appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much. Drop a bomb in the chat for Fear and Crypto Slayer. So this could be some really big news. This could be some really big news. When did this move actually start? I want to say it was around, what is 17? 5 o'clock? 5 p.m. 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, what I'm taking a look at here, as you guys know me from this trading standpoint, right? Since the announcement was made at 6 o'clock, we started to see a little bit of, actually not a little bit, pretty significant amount of price regression going on. And right now we're kind of entering into this little bit of a downtrend. If this downtrend is actually going to persist, there's a couple zones here that I'm looking at in terms of shorting. If I'm being honest with you, at least on the 15-minute, I might be a little late getting into this position. I was just kind of doing some things pre-show. But I like to wait until setups at least form on the 1 hour and the 4 hour. And we're here. So this 1 hour candle is going to close here in about 28 minutes. I'd like to see this close with something stronger than a doji. Right? Dojis, while they don't represent reversals, they do in fact represent indecision. And I need something a little bit stronger than just a doji candle to pop up, right? I might open up a little bit of a small position here and just see if, you know, how we react off this 382. But ideally, I'd be looking for price to come down anywhere to like just under 9 cents. I mean, if you're looking for a big kahuna trade, I mean, you're looking at like 8.5 cents, right? Let's take a look at this real fast. I know I always lose this. Come on, Glenn. Get it together, bruh. What am I looking for? That's what I'm looking for. Nope, that's not it either. Rookie, here we go. That's a 4% spot and 11% on spot. Y'all know how we do over here. We're trading with leverage. So those could be anywhere from, I don't know, what's 10 times 11? 110? That could be a 100% move on this news if price decides it wants to come down and back test some of these zones, right? So again, if you're a trader, just a couple of zones to be on the lookout for. I would be remiss if I did not share that information with you. And if that's something that looks good to you, please use this as a foundation to do your own research and see if you arrive at the same conclusion. Personally, I'm definitely going to look at opening the position here. I might even do that on stream. Clearview says, what was the news? I'm late. So apparently Donald Trump's company, TruthFi, is looking at partnering with CRO.com to establish some ETFs. Now, the thing that is a little bit hazy to me, right? Like, is how the logistics of this is going to get done. And maybe that's not something that needs to be figured out now. Maybe the thing that needs to be figured out now is how to actually capitalize off the price action that we see here. And so, yeah, that's essentially the news what happened with CRO. And the markets are kind of responding. I mean, it was a strong move. I kind of think it came out of nowhere. If I'm just being honest, like I said, I was sitting at my station at 5. Didn't necessarily hear anything about it. I just heard about this maybe but a handful of minutes ago, maybe like 20 or so, 30 minutes ago. And I'm just kind of looking at the charts like the rest of you thinking, all right, well, you know, what's the opportunity here? What's the play here? Yeah, so we'll see if we're able to get into that and how we can do on something like CRO. Ideally, I think this is really interesting, right? And somebody, just for a little bit of, we got to do the detective work, right? Can someone take a look and see if World Liberty Financial is holding CRO? Let's see if World Liberty Financial is holding CRO, because I think it's funny. Mr. Aubrey Massager, that screen name is wild. Appreciate the follow. Thank you so much. If I'm being honest, right, this information is coming off the heels of a lot of people being upset with the CRO community because they just passed, I guess, a consensus or whatever you want to call it, to allow 70 billion tokens to be minted, which caused the price action to go down. I want to say it was here, if I'm not mistaken. You'd have to go back and check the dates, but I think it was somewhere around the 18th that information was put out. So, hey, we're actually going to take the 70 billion tokens that we decided to burn and reissue them. A little fucky, if you ask me. And we're going to put those tokens back into circulation, and price goes down. And today, the news that TruthFi is teaming up with CRO to release ETFs that, again, are going to house Bitcoin, CRO.com, and a handful of other cryptos, and essentially ETF basket. So this would be the first, if I'm not mistaken, crypto ETF that has multiple cryptos that make up the ETF. So it could be, very beneficial for TruthFi, Donald Trump's company, because this would be the first of its kind, to my knowledge. I know Fidelity has some products, but I don't think it's an ETF. It might be an ETF. I need to go back and look at that. So it's either the first or the second of its kind. And with us being in a kind of climate right now where we're having so many different ETFs that are being filed for, Bitcoin and Ethereum being, some of the more notable ones that have actually gained approval and are in operational right now. This could be a product that most investors are looking for. So it's not just one crypto, but a basket of many. Normally function, they're made up of multiple different assets. Fear.crypto with the love, Panini. Appreciate you, family. Drop a bomb for Fear one time. Crypto Slayer with the lightning bolts. Thank you so much, family. Appreciate you. Drop a bomb in the chat for you as well. So yeah, shout out to you if you've been holding CRO. I think I hold like a bag of CRO somewhere. It's been a long while since I've added to it. Don't even remember what the average price of acquisition is. We'd have to go back and check that. But yeah, outside of that, really good news for CRO. And again, just kind of taking a look here at the price action. The hourly candle getting ready to close here in about 22 minutes. Ideally, if we're going to go short, I'd like to see this kind of come into this zone right here, just under 9 cents. Ideally for our big move here for CRO to touch, what is this, like 8 3/10 of a penny, right? So that's where we're at for CRO. Outside of that, the market overall for Bitcoin, for the most part, looking pretty promising. I know the traditional markets, they rallied today. They put on some, I think it was over $7 billion worth of value back into the markets, and obviously Bitcoin reacted positively towards that. Do I have a short on Bitcoin? I know I was in a short on Bitcoin earlier. What is this? 86,885. Hang on, I'm checking my positions in real time. I entered into a short on BTC earlier, looking to target a couple different zones. This zone down here at 86,187, as well as you see I've got my indication down here at around 80. What is that? 84,541. So we'll see exactly how these play out. Now, granted, this is on some of a larger time frame. This could take a few days to play out if it does in fact play out. I think the fact that we had this rally on the day, on a Monday of all days, is a little interesting. Actually, yeah, that yellow line marks my entry right there. And so we'll see if these two zones kind of come out and actually come to pass and come to fruition. So it's important that I'm just kind of being transparent with y'all, letting y'all know what kind of trade setups I have going on right now, because we have investors as well as traditional investors as well as traders who tune into the program. Big Nate is in the building. Nate was like, I'm just going to backslide in here real quick before this thing gets started. Family for the team bracelets. You guys are amazing. Y'all going crazy early. I appreciate that. So we'll see exactly how these trades play out. Something that I did think was exceptionally interesting. If we go here, I think I saw this on Solana, right? We're just going to kind of jump around here and cover some of the basics real fast. Where you at, Sol? Why would I not have Sol on my perps chart? That's weird. I traded enough. Let's go up here to Solana. At least I think it was Solana. This chart structure on Solana has me a little concerned. I'm going to tell you why, right? Solana, for the most part, has been struggling around that 100, and we backtest down to 84. So it's interesting you mentioned that, right? The rally that happened today on a Monday, you guys know my theory. Monday and Tuesdays, they normally have like what I would call fictitious moves, meaning that we have these strong moves that can happen on a Monday or Tuesday, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're legitimate. So I think wherever we end up today, I would say that candle at around 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock is going to give us a little bit of insight as to where we might open up Tuesday. Okay, because if I go back here to Solana on this daily chart, you know, we tried to put in a pretty decent up run here with very minimal volume moving to the upside until we got to this candle today. Okay, now granted, the markets, they did in fact pump today, so that's one of the reasons why we had significant volume here. However, the fact that we're already starting to give back, I mean, how much of a percentage is this? 3% already. Again, I don't like it. Whenever you start to build in these upward momentums on the chart, I like to see these things kind of continue into the next daily candle that again was started, what time is it? At around 8 o'clock. And the fact that we're not necessarily getting that, and this is kind of entering to an up channel, it does give me a little bit of pause for concern, but I won't really want to make any sort of movements until I see what this market looks like at around 3 a.m. I do have a couple of alerts set, but again, for the last, I'd say week and a half, this $140 range for Solana has represented a pretty decent area of contention. Now to Elliptical's question about if I think Bitcoin could in fact retest 84, I do, and I'll share with you why. Right, so just looking at the perpetual chart here, turn this off here for a second. It kind of has the same chart setup that we have going with Solana, right? And at least on the daily, until we actually get above, I would say like 92.7 and change, the sentiment here really isn't going to change a whole lot, right? And what I mean is we're not technically going to flip bullish just yet. The fact that we are entering into this ascending channel, when we take a look at how the volume is coming in, let me turn my little indicators back on here, or my little markers rather. You see we're getting ready to test this zone right here, right? Now, one of two things is going to happen, obviously. If this is the traditional RSI, if we hold and it can actually bounce, meaning you're also going to need volume and bids to come in, yes, you could potentially look to push in between like the low 90s to maybe even 93. However, if this RSI zone right here does not hold and you start to find yourself moving here to the downside to the Bitcoin CME futures chart, obviously what you're going to see here is a couple gaps that, you know, we never really technically filled at 84. We came down, we wicked down into the zone, right? So let's say in the market, hey, is actually acknowledging the fact that we see it, but the fact that we did not get strong body closures inside the zone tells me anyway that we still have unfinished business. What's up, Lil Z? How you feeling, fam? Good to see you here. Tells me that we have unfinished business. The other thing that gives me a bit pause for concern is the kind of chart structure that we have here. I mean, this is your textbook ascending channel. To the untrained eye, they're going to look at this and say, oh my God, ascending channel, this is so bullish, this is great. And while these can break to the upside, the vast majority of times that you're looking at them, in fact, they actually create a channel, obviously going to the upside, which is why we call it ascending channel. They break to the downside, right? So I don't necessarily think we're out the woods here. I think market participants need to be asking ourselves, if Bitcoin comes back to 84, okay, What does that technically mean for the market, right? Because 84 is going to put us at what? Right here. And here's the, I mean, it's a very small gap, but I think if we revisit this area right here and we start to break out, the bottom of this channel is going to put us right down here at around 78. This was the gap that I was mentioning a moment ago where I said we have unfinished business. And normally when you have an ascending channel, the target is where the channel starts. So if this is the base at 79, you'd be within a stone's throw of actually coming back to fill 78.4. This zone goes all the way down here to around 78.150, just looking at it roughly. Okay, so if in fact you want Bitcoin to prove to itself and to prove to market participants that, hey, the rally that we're seeing in the stock market today could be legitimate, 90,000, 93,000 is where you want to be. If we do not hold structure on the zone and we break out, you know, you could potentially fill this zone here at 84. I think this is probably more visible on the 4-hour, and it is right here. All right, y'all can see that. And then if we continue to slide and we fall out of that ascending channel, we could come back down here and fill this gap at 78.150, which maybe wouldn't be a bad thing, right? Because anytime you have gaps to the downside, you don't necessarily want to leave those things unchecked. It's been my experience that 90 to 95% of the time, these gaps they need to fill, and they can usually fill quickly, but doesn't mean they have to, especially if you get a decent catalyst. We know tariffs are still up in the air. I know Trump has said that, hey, he's toying around with the idea of giving a break on tariffs. And I think that also added into some of the market having a bit of a rally today, but we still don't know. I saw a report 6 hours ago that he was talking about introducing tariffs for a couple of other entities. Let's see if I can find it here. Yeah, so Trump says any country that's buying Venezuelan oil will face a 25% tariff. So I mean, if you're it's kind of a lot of jockeying back and forth for position. Some tariffs could be getting a little bit of a levy. Some tariffs could actually be getting ready to go into effect if it's your country and you're buying Venezuelan oil. So ideally, the net takeaway here is fundamentally maybe not a whole lot has changed. Okay, and so knowing that, I think Tuesday is going to give us a little bit of greater insight as what we might be able to expect for the rest of the week. At what level do we reach? Do we turn bullish on BTC? Anywhere from 90 to 93,000. Let me go back here to the Bitcoin chart. You got 90, like just over 90, so like 96.4, I'd say all the way up to like 93. If you can flip this zone here, ideally if you can flip 94, right? If you can flip this zone up here, personally as a trader, I would feel better about that. I just know anytime that you put in this downward leg here, the purpose of this downward leg is to create an uptrend that's going to take out former areas where liquidity is at. And if we do not get that, and if price starts to roll over on itself, this low is going to be targeted, which is funny because this is what? This right here is a CME gap that we actually just looked at, where I was saying, hey, 78, we've got some gaps down there that need to be filled. If I can just find the Bitcoin CME chart right here, let's go back down to the 4-hour. There's a gap where we need to fill here. And if we jump down here to the daily at 78, boom, right there to the bottom of that channel. So already just kind of going through this together in real time, we're starting to spot a little bit of confluence. Okay, so what do we have going for us? Again, ascending channel, right? The bottom of that channel is going to put us right here at this gap. If we also go back here to the traditional Bitcoin chart, the purpose of this down leg was to create a leg that's going to take out these two areas here. And if it doesn't, the low is going to get targeted, and that low is going to put us at that area where that gap is, right? So we got a little bit of confluence there. Ideally, I'd like to see us get maybe 1 or 2 more pieces of information that might tell us where price is going to go. So I'm just going to quickly bring up, let's see my fib here. And of course, you're not going to be able to see that because this is actually a chart that I doodle on, that I actually mark out for my trades. So I'm going to switch over here to a clean chart. and hopefully it's a little bit clear. All right. Let me zoom out on this. Look at that, 87. Yeah, we're about to kiss 86 here in a second. Go here to the daily. What was that? I'm sorry, I was on the 4 hour, right? I was actually hoping this wasn't going to turn into a... I'm thinking about this might turn into a little bit of a supply zone. We'd be a little off. Actually, no, because we popped out here. This is kind of going to negate it. All right, so we'd be looking at here. All right, so we said if we can get over here and here, that will represent our turnaround. You know, ideally, I'd like to try to target, I mean, boom, right? That's 618. That's 81. We close that gap at 84. And if you came down to the 618, you'd be right in spitting range of the gap at 78. Let me jump down here to the 4 hour. Try to stretch this here. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. It's got a small balance gap right here. Let's go ahead and mark that out. Tiny one. All right, let me jump down here to the 1 hour. And yeah, we got a couple. So we got one here too. Now, if I throw a fib on this, y'all actually getting to see this in real time. If I actually throw a fib on this from say here to here, I would say if these gaps are underneath the 50% retracement zone, there's a decent probability that we could actually come down here and fill that. And look at that, they're underneath the 50% fib retracement. So y'all know my rules. I've shown this to you before. It's not really anything new. These normally, when they actually break to the downside, have a high propensity to fall out. Now, again, keep in mind, I started looking at this on the 4 hours, so this could happen in the next 4 hours, or it could take anywhere from to the next 3 to 5 days to play out. At least that's been my experience here. Mike has followed the creator. Appreciate you, Mike, for showing me some love and throwing me a follow. Thank you so much. So if in fact this is going to come to fruition, those zones that I marked out earlier, not the gaps per se, but the areas on the chart that I were looking at, those would be the areas that I would be looking at to take a short. Now, with that being said, let's go back over here to CRO. All right. And CRO right now is obviously pumping. Trying to see if we're going to get a retrace off some of these dojis, which is why I said, hey, I'd like to see this close with something a little bit stronger. And it looks like, you know, we may not get that just yet per se anyway. But yeah, I mean, let's go down here to the 4 hour. Do we have a 4 hour that's closed here? No, it's going to close on 2 hours. 2 hour, you could do a 2 hour if you wanted to, right? Just going to paint this narrative right here. Let me niche down to the hour. Same thing. Niche down here to the 15-minute. I'm willing to bet that I might be able to squeeze out at least one, right? Actually, this wick here kind of fucked us. I have to go back. See here. So we got a couple that's nested inside one another. So if we wake up tomorrow, Bitcoin looks like it's starting to run down here to the downside. Obviously, let's go back here to the 4 hour. I'm willing to bet that this moving average is going to be somewhere down here. Price action is going to be up top. We call that extension. Anytime price starts to get a little bit too far away from the moving average, it creates extension, and price normally has a revert to the mean, right? So we have one of two things that's going to happen with CRO. Either CRO is going to rally up and it's going to pull. Let me just delete these here. Either CRO's going to rally up and it's going to pull the moving average up here, or price is going to revert back to the mean, meaning price is going to come back down to those zones that we talked about. And if I'm just going to recap those quickly for you, we'd be looking at somewhere, you know, like I said, 8.5 to just under 9 cents would be a couple areas I'd be looking to take profits. I find FEG doesn't work for crypto. I heart noodles. I would encourage you to look at FEGs that get invalidated. I would encourage you to look at FEGs that get invalidated, because what I've found is when they get invalidated, that's normally what prints dividends for me. We've done exceptionally well on that. Exceptionally well on that. True is joining the live. Appreciate you. I'm just kind of checking some things here off camera. A lot of chopping sideways here, so CRO is a little indecisive at the moment. Just trying to figure out, what do I want to do? What do I want to do? Crypto Slayer, appreciate you for sharing the live, family. Thank you. It most certainly does. Yeah, 100%. Like, I've been using FEGs that are getting validated here for a long time, and I think this month I'm about 78% in terms of trade, trying ever so diligently to get up to 80, but I missed a couple days, or I got a little bit late. I'd have to check the P&L, but I think even if I close the rest of the days this month and profit, I want to say it's probably still going to be around 73-78% in terms of like victory, which isn't bad. What that means is, like, you take 10 trades, you're going to win 7 of them. Like, I'll take that every day of the week, twice on Sunday, but I'm trying to get to 80% here. If I can get to 80%, that means, like, yo, you getting, you know, you a bad boy. 80% is like, you take 10 trades, you closing out 8 of them things in profit. So we're gonna have to wait and see how that plays out. Yeah, but I would like, you know, I like the fact that CRO here is coming down, it's tapping this zone. But this is a lot like that old game, Don't Break the Ice, from when you were a kid. The more it taps, the more it touches, and you don't push off and, you know, start to move in a new price appreciation zone or price appreciation direction, you're more liable to come down and hit these zones here. So that's just what I'm waiting on. And the fact that, if I'm being honest, like, listen, we got price allegedly is supposedly going up, right? But volume is not following along with it. I like the odds of price actually coming back down and falling into these zones that we talked about. And if that happens, it's going to be a very, very good day for yours truly. And really for anybody else who's, you know, being objective and just kind of looking at the charts, right? Like, again, you got this candle here that's about to close in 2 hours. This is a 4 hour. Higher time frames, they lead. Price action is allegedly going up. Volume is not following along with it. Hidden bearish divergence. No me gusta. And again, I'm willing to bet if I ran a fib from here to here, this is probably going to be what, somewhere in the 50%. It is underneath 50%. Also coincides with the golden retracement zone at the 618. So again, it's just a waiting game. Just a hurry up and wait and see. What I'd be willing to bet is to see maybe the market wants to wait and have this 4 hour candle close create its own imbalance. So then you really have a target to aim for. Then you would have essentially like multiple gaps nested inside one another. And that's been my experience, a high probability of breaking out in your favor, or breaking down in your favor. Toy Trader says 8K already. I'm late. I'm late. What's the volume indicator? Just volume right here. Just volume. Right there. Just regular plain Jane volume. Liam Nelson, what's up? Be trying to tell these cats like, listen, man, I have a very unique set of skills that allows me to go into these markets and do what I need to do. And I come on here whenever I do, seemingly nightly, and just share my findings with y'all. Nate, not Nate, but Zach Rector was like, that's cap. That's cap. Sir, do you want to see the P&L statement? Sir, I'll show it. You got to put some money up. The days of me showing the P&L statements for the free skis are over. You got to put some money up. It's crazy. It's crazy. Nah, I'll show it though. I got nothing to hide. Working on a trade setup though that's going to provide tendies for a lot of us though. All right, let's go to get that to close. Actually, let's take a look here. Crows actually got rejected from this zone multiple times, so that's another piece of confluence, right? Actually, there's support right here, resistance here, lost support here, lost support here, resistance, resistance. Go, come on, man, quit playing. Just go ahead and roll over here to the downside. I know what you want to do. You want to close this 4-hour candle, create an imbalance, a gap, and you're gonna roll over and throw up all over yourself. Don't you post them on X? Most times I do, but I figure because I've been going live more on TikTok, like you guys are getting it in real time. But yeah, there's been a few that I've posted up on X recently, I want to say. Glenn, that's cap. You didn't make that much money on that trade.
I beg your pardon?
Sir. Sir.
I beg your pardon?
V Nizzle with the heart, me appreciate you, family. Thank you so much. Drop a bomb in the chat for V Nizzle, the Rich Nizzle one time. And the roses. Appreciate you, Nizzle. Appreciate you. Air Jim with the heart, me as well. I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all getting started early. Y'all getting started early. 88 chart. You want to look? You want to see a little Cardano? Take a look at Cardano. How's XRP doing? Rutro. I want to short this so bad. I don't know what it is with me shorting XRP, man, but I just be like wanting. Am I invalidating myself? I might be invalidating. We're gonna leave it there. Might be invalidating myself. We're gonna go here. We're gonna go here. Anybody want a quick shit? I was gonna say 50% fib. Fuck, I missed it. Son of a biscuit eating bulldog. Wait to see how this reacts off the 50. Again, this is on the 4-hour. I would target 239 and leave a runner to 236. But that's an if. That's a big if. But I need you to come down. I need you to come down. I actually still might hop in that one. I haven't made up my mind yet. Hold on. If I'm gonna do this, I gotta do it right. I mean, pretty solid like structure here. There's not really a whole lot to there's not really a whole lot to get excited about. Ooh, is that a hammer? That is a hammer. We're gonna wait on that. I'm gonna see how this hour candle closes. I don't really want to wait that long though. It's about to start a new one right now, right? It's 10? Yeah, it's 10. I need to see XRP at 236. You might get it. You might get it. How are we going at 15? It's kind of respecting the 15. Support. Let's see if we can get a little scalpy scalp on XRP. I actually don't hate that one. That's actually probably better. Let's see if XRP wants to move to 241. How you feeling, XRP? You want to make me some money real fast? Thoughts on Telego? Never heard of it. Never heard of it. AVAX? Yeah, we'll take a look here at AVAX in a second. I'm suspecting XRP might bounce. I just don't like entering into shorts when the first target has already been hit. I wish I'd have saw this one like an hour ago. Where would we have been an hour ago? Oh, right in the middle of it. Just started. 15 minute. Alright, so this creates a leg down. Purpose of this leg was to come up. Take out this high. Didn't happen. What happens, this low gets targeted. Where's the liquidity from here? Liquidity is down here. What is that, 241? If I were to jump in this one, I would need to see volume on sell side pick up. Not seeing it. See, price leg comes down. This leg starts to go up. This upper leg is supposed to take out this high. If this doesn't happen, what happens? This low gets targeted. That would definitely put you in that 236 zone that you were saying you needed to see. A part of me does want to jump into this trade. I'm just trying to exercise some discipline here. Apparently it's like a stable coin, but it's backed by gold. That's interesting. Biba, Tampa Bay Homes, how you feeling? Good to see you. Good to see you. JPEG Dan is showing Elliott wave C going down to hit around 236, 230. Uh-oh, you got two independent TA folks all arriving at generally the same conclusion. Message how? Now, that might be one to take. I'm not gonna lie to you. It might be one. I just want to see how it's gonna react off this zone right here. If it breaks the 50, strong possibility we come down here, and if you come down here, higher probability you come down to 236. I'm saying, yeah, we're gonna drop a bomb for that. I'm saying, Surfer, you shorting? Where'd you get in at? Let's take a look at AVAX. I want to. I'm like, let's go back and look at Super, my boy. What did they do to you? I ain't gonna lie, I might pick up some Super down here just for the funsies. Damn, Crow trying to make me out to be a liar. Yeah, Glenn said it was gonna retrace. Nope, we're going up. Come on, Crow, don't have me looking bad in front of my peoples. That'd be nice. Retested that zone. Come on down. What kind of leverage am I on right now? Alright, this is crazy because a second ago I was on 39x. Now I'm back down on 20. Cyber Doggy, I added Crow to my short. Let's dump. Lego. I really like to see another hourly candle close underneath this. Underneath this, and let's just come on, keep on coming. Come on, keep on coming. Like I said, when you look back, let's go to a higher time frame. You look to the left, rejected. This whole entire zone right here, rejected. Rejected. Oh, support, nope, lost it. Support, nope, lost it. Rejected. This could be some good money here. Y'all want to do some math on this real quick? If we came down here, right, realistically, can I get a 2-to-1 on this? Where'd I put my short? I put my stop right. Yeah, I give it some room to breathe. Oh, that's a 7. That's a 2. Risk to reward. That's a go regardless, right? So you can either get roughly about 4, or you can get a 7. Oh, almost a 7.5, or 7 to 1. That's cool. I like that. But then, what kind of percentage rate are we talking? Or what kind of? Come on, man. If that's like 7 on spot, oh, 13. 20, 13, 23 times. Let's be conservative here. 20. Oh my God, that's a 2, almost 2 and 100, almost, yeah, 2.5% return. What was that noise? Surfer, that's what I'm saying. It's a no-brainer, but I need you to go the opposite way. You go here. Don't go here. Go here. 2.5. Now you would take that 2.5 and just multiply that by whatever you would push into the trade with. So I don't know, maybe you know, 3,500. You know, you're looking at 92.61 profit. 50, that's 132 profit, 300. Just, you know, what you working with. Just depends on what you're working with. Where are we at on this 4 hour? An hour and 49 minutes. That's got to be what it is. Because 4 hours hella overextended. Like, come on, man. This is big short territory. I want it. I want this one bad. I'm not going to lie to y'all. I mean, how's the RSI and volume look? Sheesh. RSI overextended on both. And if I'm being honest, the volume is not looking all that great for the kind of price action that we're seeing. Don't short my jam, Cabby. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I gotta do it. I gotta do it. A second ago, I jumped in a little too prematurely. I exceeded my stop loss of around 5%. That's only what I was willing to risk. And I'm like, you know what? Let me just jump out. Right? So it took a little bit of a haircut on that one. It's fine. It's to be expected. But I know this shit is coming down. I know it. Nah, XYO is my real jam. I feel you. I feel you. I like XYO. I'm not going to lie to you. I like it. I do. Let's take a look at Bear, right? Bear was another one. Someone wanted to look at ETH. We'll look at ETH after we look at Bear Chain. Woo! That's what I'm talking about. Yes, 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 yes. Same situation, right? Man, I love them gaps on that 4 hour. Here we go. I might be short and Bear too. I'm not going to lie to you. Only problem, I need this gap to be down here. Do I think Bear is really going to come back down to this zone at 613? Kind of a tough call. Kind of a tough call. Volumes, prices going up. Volumes coming down. Gotta give me the makings. Have we been here before? Ooh, would that be something? Come on. Could also be trying to work on filling a fair value gap to the upside here. We don't want that though. We want a short. Glenn, why are you such a bear? I don't know. I just want to make money, and I don't think the market has officially turned around yet. Could this also be it's too big to be a supply zone? Nope, this one's not though. All right. Be on the watch out for if price runs up to here. Jump down here to the hour. Oh, how do we look on the daily real fast? Oh, pretty solid. Bullish engulfing candle. Man, that was massive. Jump on here to the 4 hour. Let's go to the 1 hour. Hold on, wait a minute. Why is that color? That is not supposed to be that. Y'all know I got my stuff color coordinated. Boop. And there we go. Let's come down here to the 1 hour. Okay. There's the tail right there. Price is going up. 1 hour, we run into this doji candle again. While it doesn't represent a reversal, it does represent indecision. Price starts to move down. We already got one gap here. Looks like we're gonna have another one that's nested inside of it. It's been tapped, but it hasn't filled. Ideally, it would be better if it hadn't been tapped, right? Like the price came down, it just completely invalidated, not did what it's doing now. So the market's not really going to make it easy for you, Glenn, is it? Nope, doesn't look like it. We're going to have to earn our meal on this one, folks. After the week we had last week, that was kind of be expected. Last week, it was giving it up like a whore. So it's going to make us earn it. That's cool. Just not really in that zone area that we really needed to be. This might be one that maybe respects the actual gap. And Glenn, why do you say that? Because I'm taking a look here. We got our fib. I want these zones, I want these gaps to be underneath this 50% fib retracement. That's just where I like to see them for the trying to setup that we have here. And there's not really a whole lot that's given underneath here. Huh. Interesting. All right, we'll take a look at that. I mean, ideally, if you can get it, 747, 710 will be the price point. However, if this is working on moving here to the upside, we should be looking at this price coming back here to 813, possibly even pushing beyond that. Are there any supply zones? I'm sorry, demand zones in this area? Nope. Was here. Maybe, but it's got to play ball. Actually, no, this spot would have to be here. So no. This could be like a little bit of a demand zone down here at 610. Yeah, maybe 610 might be on the block. Do we got a gap down there? Is there anything we can work with? Why, yes, there is. Someone run to see if you find a breaker block in this zone that I'm looking at. My mind's kind of drawing a blank right now. Oh, and this is on a 4 hour too. Very nice. All right, that might play. That might play. But then what's the likelihood? I don't hate that setup, right? Prices going up, volume's coming down. Fib looks pretty healthy. We got a nice little buy side imbalance here. We need to come down here and balance this out with some sell side. Let's see. Price was moving up. It took liquidity out here, liquidity out here, liquidity out here. We've already taken out these areas of liquidity. In my opinion, it would make sense that now we start to move to the downside and move away from the areas we've already taken liquidity from. We had a lot of sell side imbalance here. We turned around and we came and we filled that imbalance up. As we were filling that imbalance, we also took away some liquidity. Again, markets like to seek to fill imbalance and to move away from the areas where they've already taken liquidity from. So yeah, I mean, I'd be comfortable with that. Let's see how this plays out over the next, again, 4 hours to 3 to 5 days. Damn, he just broke that chart down for us in real time, didn't he? Yes, he did. See how that was gonna play out. I'm gonna miss the entry on Crow. Hold on, wait. Don't say that. Don't say, oh no, Crow's still trying to move up. I honestly believe in my heart of hearts this is what we're looking at. I can't call it yet because we haven't gotten there, right? But in how long? An hour and 40 minutes. Unless this thing just pisses down this leg, which, I mean, stranger things have happened. Unless price comes back and eats up all this wick, this is going to be a gap on the 4 hour. And then you would have had multiple gaps all nesting aside one another. It's been my experience that those things tend to act as a market. And even though you're trying to push up, volume is not coming in. So it's like, what's the deal? I get that it's bullish news for Crow, but a trader gonna trade. Let me zoom out here. I mean, technically we have flipped sentiment, right? We have taken out lows, lower highs, flipped those. So technically, yes, it is bullish sentiment, right? And technically in these regions, you should be looking for buys. You should. Just being unbiased, you should be looking for buys. But we're in a zone right now where historically we have been rejected. I know Granny says she actually got the email from the company in itself. So I mean, there's also that working in its favor. But the chart setup, man, look at that shit. If you were buying here, ooh, nope, don't like that. Go back. If you were buying here, you'd be buying in a premium. Hella 5 premium. We're just gonna wait. Take our time. We're gonna be patient. We're gonna be patient little pandas. The week for Crow is about to come up. What's today? Monday? Well, there's a new piece of information. I mean, would you call that a bullish engulfing? I mean, technically it doesn't take out the wick, right? Man, that's a lot of sell side pressure. Whew. Crow's been tanking for a minute. It's been taking for a minute, hasn't it? And yeah, I see your point. The weekly is getting ready to come up. Maybe that daily or maybe that 4 hour turns into a scalping play. Double top on 5 minute. You know the problem with the 5 minute is it's such a low time frame. There's just too much noise. It doesn't happen on a high enough time frame where it's like it's very clearly a double top, right? I would give more credence to this if it showed up on like the hour or the 4 hour. Like this can still absolutely play out. Like, do not get me wrong, but I would get more excited about this if it started showing up on a higher time frame. But no, you're right. It's absolutely a double top. Probably good for a scalp play though, right? Probably good for a scalping play, right? Glenn just charted. Let me know what I need to know. Boom. 9-6. TikTok, yes, I'm still here. 9-6. I mean, to me, it makes sense. Who called that? Doggy, what we doing? We scalping the 5? We can try it. Let's scalp it. Where'd I put my stop loss at? I'll put my stop loss right here at 10. 10 cents. So let's say ideally if we want to get into that, we'll jump in like here. See that there. Yeah, right, what I say, 9.6 right to here. That's 136. Technically I like to see these at more of a 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio. You know? See how it plays out. Let's see, this should be fun. Did I do ADA's chart? Yeah, we'll take a look at here. ADA's chart. ADA. Move our CRO chart over here to another screen. All right, so here's the deal with ADA, right? This chart structure doesn't look bad, but we're still going sideways. See a strong rejection zone there, support zone here. Still kind of going sideways. There's nothing really here to support, or here to report rather, excuse me. We had a downtrend that created a leg that was supposed to be, you know, moving up. We need to try to take out this area here. If not, when this thing rolls over, it's going to probably target like 7 cents, low 7. Let's take a look here off screen. Where are we at? Time's out. Looks like briefly our CRO position. Oh, we were in profit. And now the market's going back. Have to keep an eye on it. Might get a textbook explanation of why Glenn doesn't like looking at things on the 5-minute chart. We'll have to wait and see though. Nine, if it goes to 10 cents, we're gonna get stopped out. Bears are stepping in. They trying to fight. Oh shit, my bad. Y'all can't even see that. They're trying to fight it out. Come on now. Just come on down to about 9.5 cents for Glenn. Come on. I don't need a lot, just a little bit. I don't need a lot, just a little bit. Is the volume really low? It might hit the market too hard. Cash, what do you mean? What's up, Taurus? How you feeling, family? Drop a bomb in the chat for Taurus one time. Good to see you, my guy. Cyber says, I'm already in. You late, homie. I'm in. Oh, my bad. Let me get right then. I'm keeping a tight stop loss on this one just because I can't get my normal 2-to-1 risk reward ratio. Is the volume really low? Might hit the market hard. Do I think Sol can go lower? Let's take a look at that Sol chart real fast. I think Sol, last time I looked at it, we looked at it here on stream. It's going to have a hard time. This 134 or 140 level that it's on now. Right? So it's like you got to get above 140. You're kind of seeing it now. Boom, we put in this leg. Actually, it's on the 5-minute. Zoom out. Zoom out, zoom out, zoom out. It's probably going to come down and test this zone here at 137 to see what it wants to do. Do I want to invalidate the imbalance that I have here? Do I want to go ahead and just plunge right through it? I will say this, though. Again, price action, the distance between price action and the moving average, you call that extension. The wider these two get in relation to one another, the higher chance you have of actual price, you know, getting ready to happen. Be it to the upside or to the downside. Not my Bollinger Bands on this look. They're not really getting tight. They're not coiling out together. If that's the case, right? Again, just come on down here, 133, close that gap. 133 about. Close that gap. I actually want to take a look at how the candles themselves look too, because it almost, I don't know, it almost looks too easy, right? And normally when things are too easy, it's the market getting ready to fake your ass out. All right, so here was a tail right here. We have volume, we have price action going up. Now you see on this one, the volume wasn't as bad. Price action was going up, volume went up along with it. So it's not like we had any significant really hidden bearish divergences there. Not even really in the least bit, not even on the RSI. So this might just be based off of chart structure and price action, which, you know, which is fine. But again, when you start to have that, it becomes harder to actually dictate what's going to go on. So you really need to look at the candles. Price starts to move up. Boom, we got a doji, inverted hammer. Or it's not inverted hammer, rather, excuse me. It's a hammer, but it's, you know, it's a red instead of a green hammer. So price could be running here to the downside. So as price was moving up, we took out liquidity here, here, and here. Market takes that liquidity, create an imbalance here. This is not a demand zone. But the fact that price has moved from this zone, how about here? Nope, not a supply zone either. What about on the hour? Nope. Here. Maybe a little bit of a demand zone on the hour. I'm gonna give credence to the 4 hour here. And I'm gonna say this. Let me chart out this 4 hour here. There we go. Damn, 2 back to back, except this one failed, missed it. Gotta pay attention to Sol. I need to start paying attention to Sol more often. Yeah, little baby filled that joint. Let's go here. We're gonna look at this. Yes. Ideally priced down here, right? So let me jump down here to the hour. We'll look at this price underneath here. What were we looking at for the hour? If this little area right here could have been a demand zone. I do think price is going to come down. It's already starting to fill this gap. If it breaks through, it's going to invalidate it. We'll give this more credence to act as a supply zone, as if we came down here to this area right here and price bounced off. You'd validate this fair value gap, right? Price will move up. You'd probably take out this high at 144. The price pushes through and invalidates completely this zone right here. You're going to come down here to about 132. Where did I put my fib from? So I put it on the 4 hour. I moved back here to the 4 hour. And I came down here to the swing low. And the way I use my swing lows is like some people say, well, I like to see if I can get 2. Personally, I like to see 3 or more candles moving in the same direction. It's been my experience before in the past. When I use 2, these are generally like listed as fake outs. So if I can get a decent anchor point down here, right, where you see you've got strong movement here to the downside, you've got 1, 2, 3, and officially, you know, 2 more that actually came down and closed with inside one another. If you exclude these 2, I look at that more as being like a legitimate swing low. Like you could put it here, sure, right, and then that would kind of validate what you're, you know, what you want to see in terms of like the gap being underneath the 50% fib. Personally, I just don't think this has a high propensity to play out. I think the odds are better if I came down here and actually went to a legitimate like swing low. Shorted at 142, ended up taking profits at 139. Wasn't sure if it was going to fall through 135. I get it. That makes sense. Take the dub where you can get it, right? If there's money on the table, don't leave it on the table. Let's take a look at our what are we trading? CRO. Boop, stopped out. Boom, see? So if it goes to 10, I get stopped out. We went to, yeah, just over 10, stopped out. So let's go back down here to that 5 minute, and I'm going to show you why I don't like taking trade setups on the 5. Because here, this was definitely a bona fide double top. And so ideally, price should have moved down. But as I was saying early in the stream, when you look at things on, when you look at chart setups on anything, let's say less than an hour, less than a 4 hour, there's so much noise. This can like double top. This could turn into, you know, a pattern where it runs up. This could turn into any number of things because there's just too much noise, right? So here we have an inverted head and shoulders. And it's probably just a miracle by chance that the inverted head and shoulders played out. But I think if you see an inverted head and shoulders on, say, like a 4 hour, that actually has a higher likelihood of playing out. Like, even if I would have seen this on the, let me see, like the 5 minute here that we're on, I probably wouldn't have given it too much credence just because, you know, it's the 5 minute. And granted, you're playing a game of odds, right? Boom. So if you would have took that to the upside, yes, it would have played out. But if you take that same trade ups up 20 times on the 5 minute, how often is it going to play out? And so it's not enough just to see it. But in my experience, the game that you've got to play, the game that you've got to be looking to get into is when I see it happening on the higher time frame versus the lower time frame, how frequently is it going to play out in my favor? Cyber says I'm still in. TV with trays in the building. You know what time it is when you hear this, right? Good to see you, man. Thank you so much for the TikToks. Thank you so much for the heart me's as well. Man, going crazy. 4 TikToks. Whoa. Yeah, I had to get out of that one, doggy. I'm like, you know, if it's going to go against me, I'd rather cut my losses when while it's short versus kind of just sitting in it and letting it spiral out and getting too far away from me. In my experience, that's how like a 5% loss turns into like a, you know, 20 or 30% loss. Nobody wants to. I definitely don't want those problems. You feel me? So we're just gonna take that one on the chin and look for a better setup. Look for a setup that's gonna present itself on a higher time frame. And I still like that 4 hour. We're just gonna wait till this 4 hour candle closes. You see what we got. In the meantime, let's check bear. I feel like a lot of these trade setups are waiting on what this next 4 hour candle does. So it might be a wait and see kind of thing. Oh, you entered in at 10. I thought you were in prior to 10. I got you. How we doing on Pi? Pi finally came down and filled our gap here. Very nice. Excuse me. Yeah, Doge, I thought you were in at like 9 and change. Damn, bro, so you could have told me. You could have told me. All right. Because I'm in the feeling where now I want to get back what I just lost. I have to be mindful that that's a very dangerous headspace to be in. And I need to be mindful of whatever trade I enter into next. I enter into it with discipline. Because what I don't want to have happen is I don't want to get into the mindset of trying to revenge trade. I see some setups here. There's a lot of imbalance here. I do like that. That's on pi. Leg down, leg up. Doesn't take out the high. Are we working on targeting this low? Oh, and this is on the 4 hour? Yes, I actually like this. Hold up. Y'all see that? I like that. Yes, I like that. This might be the one. Hold on. Yeah, but revenge trading is the worst. That's why I was like, it's beneficial to know, like, okay, boom, you just lost one. All right, you're going to want to try to jump in and try to get that back. No. Make sure the next trade that you enter into is almost like as foolproof as it can be, if there's ever really a such thing in trading. And no, there's not, but just make sure you're giving yourself the edge. So what I'm looking at here, an hour and 18 minutes. You know, I think this is what, an inverted hammer that is showing up here. So now I actually just want to take a look at the overall chart structure, make sure I'm not getting ready to stamp on any landmines. Actually, if I'm looking at this, just kind of analyzing this chart here. I want to make sure that this inverted hammer. See, when I look at this chart, I'm kind of feeling like this is a little bit of a descending channel. And I'm starting to think this might be an inverted hammer, might actually be bullish. All right, how bad would that suck if it came down here and bounced off that? Could happen, could happen. Keep this at a 45. Yep, that's perfect. 45 or less. Yep. Conversion to an apex. Drop or rally, drop. I'm sorry. Drop base, drop base. I'm just selling off. That volume is not picking up. All right, what am I missing? Let's see. This one right there. All these have been tapped though. Yeah, this is not gonna be it. An easy market to trade. Price is moving down from the moving average. We got extension. Oh, okay. Yeah. What about maybe this is it right here? Yeah. It's 4 hour. Here we go. So you could do that. So what I do? Ideally, you should have went long here. Because now you're seeing it. 2 seconds, y'all. I'm actually just kind of going through this in real time. Hang on. There. Not gonna get greedy. Do that, but I'm gonna target mine here. It's a 4-to-1. I like it. Okay, so the price effect goes there. It's a 22%. 10, that's a 2x. How we look at RSI? Not bad on RSI. We could turn that. We could turn that. Where we've been at before. Okay, that won't fill back here, so I don't got to worry about that anymore. Right, what about... See, all the little miscellaneous variables you got to account for before you enter into a trade, like where the booby traps at, where the pitfalls at. Oh, that's not it. There we go. Do I have to worry about this one though? Say no, I see it, but I don't know if this is really a threat. It's coming down, but volume is also coming down. Got some areas of liquidity where I've set these zones up. Liquidity up here. Bollinger Band's getting ready to curl up, so there's definitely a move getting ready to happen. A lot of buying and selling taking place here. Mediocre here. I like this. We'll wait to see if we drop into this zone right here, and then I'll go long. Get small 3x, and as we start to move up, scale in, scale up. You said so you draw your own gaps, not auto. Yeah, no, I do all my own stunts. Why not buy and hold CRO? Probably the #1 reason. What's up, Stay Focused? Good to see you, family. Yeah, so probably the #1 answer to that is just because why not buy and hold it? Not a huge amount of conviction in CRO, #1. #2, I'm a trader. So, you know, there's no timetable for when these ETFs are supposed to be able to get partnered with CRO and Trump Financial. And number 3, I know Granny says she's gotten the email, but I have not seen anything from any reputable, credible sources just yet. So like if I go back here and we look at like all the sources that these are coming from, you know, this one's going here back here December 24th. There's no reputable sources on this thing, so I don't know if it's legitimately true or if it's not. And I get, like, again, I know Granny says she got it, and it's not that I don't view Granny as a credible source in the space, because I think she holds a lot of the same, you know, ideologies that I do, like call the fake stuff out. But I gotta trust, but I also gotta verify. So until I see this thing come in from, I got stopped out on that crow trade. Shaking my head. What is crow at right now? We're gonna get that one back. We are definitely gonna get that one back. Carlos Gonzalez says Cranny is lying. I don't know why she'd have any reason to lie about that, right? But again, I gotta, you know, trust but verify. Trust but verify. So until I actually see this thing coming in from a credible source, like, you know what I mean? And say it's not a credible source, man, you know this thing is gonna come down so fucking hard, and we'll be there for it. And we'll be there for it. But I gotta be honest with you, the fact that, you know, I can't find it doesn't make me feel good. Like, how would Trump, like, what is Trump Media? Do they even have the ability to offer an ETF? Right? Who has the ETF been applied for? Has there even been an application that's been filed? These are all the questions we got to ask ourselves. And if the answer to all those questions is like, no, they don't have the capacity to do it, or no, that there hasn't even been an application that's been filed, like, bro, shame on me for even entering into that trade. Granted, you know it's going to probably come down. But shame on me for not acting with a little bit more resolve. Yeah, see, that's exactly why we cut the losses short. Right? We would have been in this bad boy down another 2, almost 3% on spot. And I was on what? What was I on? 20x leverage? You do the math. Cut your losers, let your winners run. Don't hold on to those losers. Think, oh, you know it's gonna come back. It's probably gonna come back. Like, once that shit gets away from you, like, she gone. And before you know it, you're having a bad day. Before you know it, your daily P&L is in the red. You feel me? What will it retrace to? I didn't. I just kept adding to my margin. Cyber Doggy is convicted. Is margin calls better for long-term trade? No, you never want margin calls. What? I'm in the red till it's green. Just, hey, man, just keep stacking on that margin. Or should we stick to futures? Me personally, I like perpetuals. I like perpetuals. With futures, I mean, you can lose more than you even have in the trade. Like, nobody wants to be in that position. At least for perpetuals, you can only lose, you know, the marginal value that you have in the trade if you don't have a stop loss. And if you're exercising proper risk management, depending on what that might mean for you, you know, say your trading purse is $100,000. If you full port, meaning you go into that trade with all $100,000, but you don't have a stop loss, hell yeah, you can get liquidated and all that shit's gonna be gone. But if you're utilizing the stop loss and say your stop loss is 5% of what your total trading purse is, right? So like say you full ported $100,000, but your stop loss is 5%, assuming that you're not on any leverage, you'll lose $5,000. Okay. But obviously if you're utilizing leverage, that could be 20% at 5, that's $20,000. or whatever it is that you're working with. Cross or isolated trades, big difference. It does. Me personally though, I don't necessarily want to have the margin just pulling away from my available funds. Like I've seen guys get in, I'm not saying this is going to happen all the time, but I've seen guys get into, trouble where if the trade starts to go against them in the market, like it rips, right? It's just pulling funds out of your account to try to keep the trade live. And I'm just in the mindset, I'm like, listen, if it goes against me, I'd rather just cut my losses while they're small and reanalyze. Maybe I got in a little too early, but if it looks like, hey, let's say I want to short, but it's definitely going down. Sometimes your timing can be off, and sometimes you just get in too early. Where then you just try to look for additional confirmation and try to re-enter the short. Or sometimes you're just on the wrong side of the trade. That's why me personally, I just go isolated. And if I actually want to add more into the short position, then I'll just add more margin manually. But that's not really something I make a habit of. She might be running out of steam here for the short-term scalp. All right, 1618 would have been 10.6, just over 10.5 cents. We were what? 10.4. All right. Let's try to go the opposite way on this thing. Play the fibs. We go here. Might not actually be a full retracement until we come down and we cross beneath with the candle close here. So if I'm showing entry or interest in making another entry, I'm probably not going to get in until at least on the 15-minute we get a red solid candle underneath this 236 to show me, hey, we actually have a legitimate retracement on our hands. Parsa just got here. Is this a fake pump? We had, what's up, Parsa? For CRO, again, still have yet to find any legitimate sources that are citing the news with Trump Fi and wanting to team up with CRO. Like, why of all places would you come up with CRO to add CRO into an ETF? Right? So now, like, on the surface, I'm looking at this like, something might be a little fishy about this. Something might be a little fishy about this. But once it comes down, yeah, I damn near might full port on the way down. In the meantime, in between time, let's check. What do we check? Bear? Was that the one we had set up? Bear was not. I'd like to see Bear invalidate this gap right here. I think we were on pi, right? Yeah, we were on pi. If in fact this is legitimately a real demand zone, we'd expect price to come into this area right here, tap and then move up. Now granted, it's already tapped right here. It is already tapped right here. But because we did not see the price up in, price action we're looking for, it might come here. But again, just like whenever you're trading a demand zone, always keep a tight stop loss. My issue is I try to hit the tops. What's up, Property Lawyer? How you doing? Drop a bomb in the chat for Property Lawyer one time. Good to see you. Cyber says, my issue is I try to hit the tops or the bottoms. I don't even get greedy. I do not get greedy. So let's go back here to what we're looking at, CRO. Let's say we're targeting this zone down here, right? Yeah, this is great. It makes sense and all that jazz. But I'm not going to try to get 100%. I'm going to try to get out like somewhere right around here. Because that extra 2-3%, that you're waiting on. Like, yeah, it would be great to capture that 2-3%, but it's probably not gonna make or break you. Not the Flash joint. What's up, Not the Flash? People I've noticed that have Flash in their name, they got to be like old track and field athletes. So I wonder if Not the Flash is like, yo, I used to run track back in the day. I can't find any on the ETF credibility. That's what I'm saying, right? So come on, Crow, let's just roll over on ourselves and give the market what it wants and give Glenn back the money that he got trying to be cool and live trade on TikTok Live and lost a little bit of money. It happens though. It happens. You ever run anybody that's like, I win all the time? They're lying to you. I just lost some bread right in front of y'all. I said, hey, if this thing goes to 10, I'm out. It went to 10 cents. I'm out. I'm not gonna lie to you. Courtney season a bit. What up, Courtney? How you doing? Yeah, see, let me see that big old thick red candle pop up. And make sure it's a big ass vector candle. I want all this shit. All that shit to come back down. We got an hour for this candle closes. Cyber says, I lose all the time. Truth. Respect. Respect. Cyber says, listen, I ain't even gonna hold y'all. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I take L's all the time. The name of the game is just to try to win more than you lose, right? All right, realistically, okay? We're waiting for this trade setup to come. You know? You would have 4 time zones, all with gaps nested inside one another. In some universe, that's got to act as a magnet for prices to come, boom, back down. And then, come here to the hourly, right? What am I thinking of here? Maybe prices got to close here to create this gap to fool buyers in thinking that what? Hey, there's a gap up top, price is going to come down. And yes, price would technically have to fill that gap before it came down here to fill these gaps. But this would also be the discount zone, and this would be the premium zone. And if you're going to sell or trying to plot a reverse, you want it to happen where? In the premium zone. See what I mean? Look at this. It's trying to fight back. This is like you got a car you're willing to sell. Do you want to sell it in the discount zone or do you want to sell it in the premium zone? Hell no. You want to sell it in the premium zone. Get the most bang for the buck. Maybe we should be looking at inducements. Glenn, what's an inducement? Inducement is nothing more than price action that basically tries to fool market participants into thinking that the price is going to go one way when it's really going to go the opposite. And if this closed here, this might represent an inducement, right? People see, okay, it's got this gap up here. And where? The discount zone. People jump in, they want to go long, and the market's like, nope, we're going to keep going down here to the premium zone and then maybe try to mount a return. Or a comeback. It's all market psychology. What is my take profit for CRO? I don't have one as of yet. I'm waiting to see what the market is going to do. But if in fact it does come down, just as I was stating here, right? Candle closes up here on the 1 hour, the 4 hour, we create a gap. Would this be the 4 hour here? This will not be the 4 hour. This will just be the 1 hour. What about the 2 hour? Nope, just the 1 hour. And probably if we niche down as well. Let's check the 30 minute. Yes, right? So we'd create a gap here on the 30 minute as well as the hour. Could potentially act as maybe an inducement, meaning that people see the gap. They're triggered into wanting to go short or wanting to go long once price comes down to the gap. And then this allows more liquidity to set in as the fair value gap is invalidated. Price moves here to the downside to the premium zone and cleans up all these areas down here. I just joined. Am I still bearish? On CRO, yes. Haven't been able to find any substantial information that corroborates or legitimizes the actual Trump wanting to partner up with CRO.com to release ETFs. What about BTC? Let's take a look. BTC, I think we were saying that we've got a couple areas here that we need to be paying attention to for BTC. 93,000. If you can get there, it's probably going to be in a really good spot. If not, and price comes down, potentially looking at these zones down here. But if price does come down here and fill these zones, guess what? You're going to be right there to fill a couple of CME gaps, 78, and then, I'm sorry, 83 and 74. Right? 83 and 74. Let me come down here to the hourly or the 4 hour. There we go. Actually, I don't hate this one. So here and here. If I were to pull this up on the CME chart, you notice that these zones right here coincide with gaps on the CME chart. So if you're a bull, you want to see the price of Bitcoin go up, you need to see Bitcoin hit 90,000, 93,000. If you're a bear, you want to see these targets down here get hit. It's a whole lot of gaps, boy. And, you know, some pretty healthy retracement off that 236. Might not be a bad idea to look at opening up shorts. But this would be something else that we would need, right? We need Bitcoin to kind of roll over on itself, take out a lot of this imbalance here, this buy side imbalance. All right. Come down here and actually bring some of the price of alts down as well. How likely is it that it'll hit 74K? We can go over that. What chart was on earlier? Was it clean chart? It was a clean chart. Remember we said about ADA did not take out these highs here. There's a good chance the low is going to get targeted. And again, it's still kind of consolidating, right? So there's not really anything to get excited about. But if you're looking for a trade setup opportunity, there's a high probability that could be it. Bitcoin. There we go. So again, already we're starting to feel I'll come back into a zone here at, what is this, 86.8. So I'm looking at here on the daily. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. What do we got? I'm on the daily. Look at that. I got a big old gap here that's probably going to need to fill. Where's the bottom of that gap? 84. If I come down here to the BTC chart, what is that? I got a gap here at 84,350. 84,550. I'm sorry, 84,463. So it's definitely right there in the neck of the woods. Come over here to the 4 hour. And we still have that gap at 78, I want to say. 78 that needs to fill. That's 78, almost dead even. Yeah, because all that happened was we came down and we wicked. We still hadn't closed it. So if we come down here and close this one at 84 and some change, what does that look like, right? Price puts in a down leg. Back here to the Bitcoin chart. Price puts in the down leg. It comes up. We don't take out these highs. What happens? This low gets targeted. What the body close of this high, this is 78.5. The wick low on this is 76.6. Let's go back to the Bitcoin CME chart. $77.9. So you would have definitely come down and closed and then some, right? That's why I think Tuesday is probably going to give you a good understanding of where the market could go. And I know that's like the elongated version or the elongated answer, but the fact of the matter is I got to give you the steak and the potatoes. I got to give you the reason behind, like, okay, what does the chart structure tell me? All right, then what do we have in terms of zones? What do we have in terms of gaps? And all of that comes together to give a more well-rounded picture. Source Bloomberg Crypto. I'm not seeing it. Let's try crypto.com. Trump media tapped Singapore's crypto.com for Made in America ETF. That doesn't even make any sense. It's Singapore, what? Crypto.com is in Singapore, yes? Was this a paid advert? They put it behind the paywall. You dirty mother. Ugh. Force Capital, CRO, Crypto.com. A non-binding agreement with Crypto.com exchange to launch a series of ETFs that will comprise of digital assets and securities. Trump pumping up. Yeah, it's looking like it. It's looking like it. Parties plan to launch these ETFs later this year through Crypto.com's broker-dealer Force Capital. The ETFs will consist of digital assets and securities with Made in America focus. Crypto.com will provide infrastructure and custody services to supply the cryptocurrencies for ETFs, which may include a basket of tokens, including Bitcoin, ETH, XRP, Solana, and Kronos. The parties involved will expect ETFs to be widely available internationally, including the US and USA, Europe markets, and Asia. across existing brokerage platforms. Just generally confused. How is crypto.com going to start allowing ETFs to be able to be bought? That would mean that needs to make that, right? Surfer, I'm with you. If an agreement fails to come to pass, CRO is going to die. I agree with you wholeheartedly, 100%. We're excited to announce that Crypto.com will be the exclusive partner for Truth Social for 3 ETFs, including a Bitcoin BTC ETF, BTC ETH ETF, and a first of its kind ETF, a basket of cryptocurrencies, including BTC, Sol, CRO, Ethereum, and XRP. My hate for CRO is almost as deep as XRP. Oh, that is funny. I have so many questions. How is a cryptocurrency exchange going to make ETFs available to buy? Can anyone answer that for me? I mean, this fucker is still running. That's not it. Past 1618. Are we going to try to go for 11 cents here? Still got room on the daily. I think they might try for it. Nope. I don't like it. Force capital. Let's take a look at that. Who is Force Capital? And is Force Capital just an investor in CRO? Like, what are we looking at here? The agreement mirrors Trump licensing deals for other companies roll out products using. Oh shit! So this was this a play? In a press release Monday, Trump media said the ETF and exchange traded products will have a Made in America focus. Okay. after his family introduced several Trump-branded non-fungible tokens and meme coins, and has announced plans to start a crypto bank of sorts. The announcement also further blurs the lines between president's business ventures and his policy agenda. Trump is majority owner of Trump Media, which has a market cap of around $4.6 billion, as a tiny money-burning business. Trump Media last month reported a loss of $400 million in 2024 while taking in $3.6 million of revenue. Much of the work bringing the new ETF to market will fall to Crypto.com and its U.S. affiliate, Forest Capital. So it looks like they're just licensing the Trump name. Maybe it's something that I'm missing. It's lagging. I don't know how it would be lagging. How's that? Is that better? Better now? Okay, cool. So it seems like above all else, this is more just like a licensing deal unless there's something that I'm missing. The funds will be marketed under TMTG newly launched fintech brand TruthFi. According to the press release, the crypto exchange will support back-end technology, provide custody, and supply the cryptocurrencies for the ETFs. So they're just going to buy the cryptocurrencies from CRO.com. Okay. So it looks like it's a licensing deal. Forest Capital is going to use CRO.com to essentially custody the assets that they buy. And they're going to use Crypto.com to buy the cryptos, allegedly. But none of this is finalized yet. Interesting. Only when I start saying really important stuff, it lags. Oh, the powers that be, they're trying to get me. They're trying to get me. Take a look at Pi. I'm gonna break out here. What we doing, Pi? This is wild. Like, this volume is just absolutely abysmal. What are we thinking, chat? What are we thinking? Like, I get how this can be bullish, but like I said, it's, from what I understand, there still isn't anything that's just, there's nothing that's been finalized in the deal, pulling lots of money out of the market. How would CRO make you, like, you can't buy ETFs on CRO right now, can you? Stock and ETF trading via the crypto.com app. Okay, are we learning something here? Womp womp. Someone Google that. Let me know what they say. Can you buy ETFs on crypto.com? And it looks like you should be able to go to help.crypto.com and find it. It will drop like a stone. Yeah, I just don't want that shit to happen while I'm asleep. Because if we all wake up tomorrow and Crow's down to like 8 cents, I'm going to be pissed. Can consolidate and manage their stocks, ETFs, and crypto at crow or crypto.com. I mean, seemingly that should be bullish then, right? I said alert, so it'll be good. My problem is, like, the alerts, they never come through loud enough. What are we at now? 10.4. Ah, it's kind of hanging out at 10.4. It's not really. Oh, there it goes. User 39.32. Yeah, it's losing steam. I don't know. Looks like it's kind of hanging out at 10.4. It goes to 10.3. My deal is like, how do I turn up the alert on the daggone phone? $15. Yeah, but it's got to, like, it has got to be getting to that point. See, I want to force it, but at the same time, like, you know it's coming. Oh, that's not it. What are you gonna do here? Probably right here. So what is that? 9.8. That's 1.32. I don't like it. I need at least 2 to 1 or better. All right, we just bring the stop loss in tighter. Shit, it's almost too tight. Oh, we're gonna wait till we get a candle close beneath that 236. As of February 8th, 2025, you can. All right. So they've officially been greenlit to sell ETFs. All right. Well, that's news to me. All things might be starting to line up. But again, the fact that they say, well, nothing's really finalized yet. So buy the rumor, sell the news kind of deal. We need to trade. We need to trade. Let's go scheming. Well, let's go scan it. Let's see, what do we got here? Sad. I'd like bear, but I'm not seeing it right now. Oh, just kind of hanging out in limbo. Pie, where we at on pie? Pie, no, I'm not ready yet. Omni? This might be primed. Right now, I'm just kind of scanning these different charts for other trade setups. It might be beneficial to us. That. There we go. This might be a pretty good demand zone, I'm not gonna lie. It's a 5, I actually like that one a lot. So, I'm gonna take a flyer on this one actually. Got two gaps nested inside one another. This appears to be a legitimate supply zone. If it is, we target the lows. Should be down here. That's a 5-to-1. Wait, why am I doing that over? So I'm doing that over. Right here. Let's see what we got. Who is this? OM. Perpetual. $632. Come down here. we are in on Omni. What is OM? If I'm not pronouncing that wrong, what is that? Mantra. I don't know, I was calling it Omni. It's Mantra. My bad. For the tariffs, if the price action has already been baked in with the tariffs, then we really shouldn't have too much additional volatility. Normally when these things go into place, it's like, okay, well, the tariff action or the tariff threat has already been priced in. Now, if any new tariffs are announced, then that could actually have additional consequences. Lucy says not sure on that one. Oh, probably about when the CRO made it so that people can actually buy and sell ETFs. Yeah, that's news to me. I didn't even know they had that feature available to them. I know they were doing a lot of stuff in the sports betting, which, if I'm being honest, I thought the sports betting aspect should have carried them over the threshold, because people love betting on sports. They love being able to use like MGM or DraftKings, you know, whatever it is that you're using, would have done more beneficial things for them. Gronk is an amazing tool, shows references as well. I just haven't got around to doing the whole Twitter verification thing yet. I don't know why this thing is getting laggy, yo. Alright, so this is kind of what I have going here for Mantra. Just kind of taking a look at the price action that we have here. I wish I would have saw this one earlier, but it looks like Mantra entered into a supply zone back here on March 24th. So this actually would have been today. So it's not too bad. Have since already started taking a ride down. Now, normally the way these supply zones work is when you think supply zone, think sell. When you think demand zone, think buy. And so you take a look, you look left, you try to see where the price action was, and if that led to, you know, any significant negative price action that wasn't challenged. So meaning, like, you know, you want to look to the candle before the move. So this is obviously the candle before the move. This candle wasn't challenged. It didn't lead to like a bullish or a bearish or bullish engulfing candle where price started to make its way up and then started to come down. It was, we had the candle first, and then the action that followed suit afterwards was this drastic price action. Another reason why I think we could move in the supply zone, we've got a couple gaps nested inside one another. We've got a decent amount of price action that is moving away, or that's created distance between the moving average. Whenever we start to see that happen, it's called extension. That gets too far out of whack. Price normally has got to come back. It's got to revert down to the mean. And with supply zones, just like demand zones, you want to try to target the lows. Yeah, we were actually talking about that earlier. About he announced if you're buying fuel from Venezuela, you're going to have like a 25% tariff put on your stuff. So granted, that was 6 hours ago. The market had already closed. So yes, we could wake up tomorrow to that playing out negatively in the markets, which would be great because we need CRO to come down. I want to get that one back, right? But I understand the setup has got to be proper for it. Right now we're in Mantra. Mantra, what are we up right now? We're up around 8% on Mantra, so it looks like we might have caught this one just in the nick of time. Jules, that ain't nick of time. Here we got a nice 2-to-1 RR that's going. And so we will be targeting these lows here. Now, obviously, personally, I'm not going to try to go for 100%. I'm probably going to get out somewhere around these parts right here just to make sure my entire order gets filled. And that's normally beneficial if you are working with like sizing that's a little large. You want to make sure your entire position gets filled one way or the other. Try to get out a little earlier than the full measure move. XRP too. Is XRP? Man, let me find out. XRP is in a little bit of a sale. Supply zone. Let me find out. So this one actually filled what back here? Oh, still hasn't filled. That'd been crazy if that was it. I've never seen a supply zone that big though. Always like normally smaller. We got anything on the hour? Nope. Maybe right here. Maybe. So where's your lows? 236? 236. That number just keeps popping. Sorry, this isn't it. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Oh man, that would have been beautiful. This is here. A respectable 3, almost just over 3.5 to 1. That's not bad. We'd be getting in here, so what does that look like? Oh, it's hideous. I hate it. It's hideous. Bang, 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 clip, clip, reload. Bang, 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 bang. I hate it. I can't even just, I mean, here? Nope, still not enough. Maybe, nope, still not enough. Ugh. I don't like it. I would like to better up here. Not gonna lie, I would like to better up here. I don't like it. Someone who might be a little bit more braver, a little more brazen, they might be able to take that short right there. I should have got it in here. So we're just gonna keep looking. We are going to keep looking. No. Brett? Oh, hello. Hello? Nope. 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 Hello? Nope. bother going though on that. XRP, we already established that. I do think XRP is going to go back to 236. I'm not going to lie to you. I can see it. Nope. 4 hour, nope. How about the daily? Daily, no. 30-minute. Yes. Quite maybe, possibly. Actually, I think that would have been invalidated because no, we didn't get candle closes. We did not get candle closes. This one might play. All right, let's see here. There. I hate it. Just run up a stop loss. I think we'll do skill as well. We'll do it. We will do it. This is a perp chart. This is a perp chart. Some 4 hour cool. I like that. Come on, trade setups. Come on, man. Bet y'all I'm totally abandoning the chat right now. I'm just kind of looking at some stuff. Okay. Cool. Very good. I like it. Let's try to take some profit here. Leave a runner for down here. See, get partials. Yeah, partials are good. Miss Evie is in the building. What's up? Don't mind me. I'm just literally going through trade setups. Trying to go through some trade setups. Post this on YouTube so I can watch it tomorrow. Glenn, for sure. I got you. It will be posted. What are we at now? Around 2.5 hours? Yeah, it'll be posted. Yeah, XRP would have been better once to get in higher. Now it's a bit too late. 100%. Jacuzzi, I just got to get back to actually checking the screener daily and just seeing what's on the up and up. Honestly, I was actually traveling over the weekend. That's one of the reasons why I haven't gone live in a couple of days or so. I went on a nice little road trip. My gosh, that was crazy. Saw some more wildfires out in West Virginia on top of the mountains. That was crazy. It was kind of apocalyptic. I'm not going to lie to you. It was absolutely wild over there on 77. You got a bobcat on your fence? You ain't get no pictures, though. You ain't get no pictures, though. Let me tell you something. If I had a bobcat on my fence, I would have walked up to it like, and that would have been the end of that bobcat. He gone. I'll send it. Oh, bet. Yeah, I need to see that. I need to see it. I need to see it. I'd have walked over, seen that bobcat. I would have walked right over to myself, and I'd have been like, "Hey, Mr. Bobcat." Jacuzzi short at the bobcat. Oh. See, look, your dad know what's up. Says you need a pew pew or get a husband to do it for me. Listen, a bobcat, those are nasty. Like, they're cool, super majestic creatures. Do not get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. But they are angry kitties. I ain't never seen no happy bobcat. Never in the history of ever. It was well fed. I bet it probably walked up with somebody's dog. Harold, there's a bobcat out in the yard.
I beg your pardon.
There's a bobcat in the yard.
I beg your pardon.
Harold like, yo, I don't want no smoke with that bobcat. I do not want any smoke with the bobcat. That's wild, man. Absolutely wild. What color was it? Was it like gray or was it white? What color was this bobcat? The bobcat. He said, "You got sound effects now? Listen." Glenn's been busy. I've been a busy guy. I've been a busy guy. Let me see this bobcat. Tell you something, for an In-N-Out cheeseburger, I'd have took care of that bobcat. I walked up to him like, "Here, kitty, 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 kitty." Glenn gets his face mauled off by a bobcat. Y'all want to see what's on the back of Evie's fence? If you want to see what's on the back of Miss Evie's fence, put a 1 in the chat. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. If y'all want to see the bobcat that was on Miss Evie's fence, put a 1 in the chat now. Are you sure this is a bobcat? Are you sure? Chat, look at this. Look. Look. This is what was on the back of your fence? Hey, yo. Nah. Listen, I know I said get the... No. This that joint you got to go up to it. Hey, neighbors, y'all gonna hear some noise, but just bear with me and we're gonna give it a... Little pew pew ain't gonna get it. Nah. Hey, Sally, go get the Saturday night special. That ain't gonna get it. That ain't gonna get it. That might be a whole fucking Lynx. I'm not gonna lie to you. Property lawyer, you go outside, you get in your mail. You see this bad mamma jammer chilling on your fence. What's the first thing you're gonna do? What's the first thing you're gonna do? Bruh. Make it bigger, she says. Hold on. Hold on. See if I can pull this sucker up. Y'all see it? Y'all can't even see it. Should be able to see it now. Look at this. No. 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 Absolutely not. Slowly walk away. Slowly walk away. That's Robert the cat. That ain't no Bob. Listen. Just scroll. Can you see the dots on that motherfucker? It can have the house. It can have the house and everything in the house. Everything in the house. Miss Stevie with the 5 roses. I just saw that. Thank you. No, that's crazy. He was just living his best. He was probably trying to find one of y'all dogs to eat. Your dog, your neighbor's dog. That's a damn tiger. Whoa. Yeah, nah, I'm all the way good on this. I'm all the way good on this. Y'all really got these walking around Texas? There's no way. So what is the wedding off? I told Sleep she's supposed to handle this for me. He said, hell no. Bobcats, coyote. You got Jumanji in your backyard? Oh no. Oh no. We're gonna have to revisit this. We are going to have to revisit. Like when you say bobcats, like here's what I be thinking, right? I'm thinking like a little, you know. I'm thinking like one of these guys, right? But apparently, I don't know what the hell a bobcat is. Because this is clearly a lynx. But hearing myself say that, I'm not gonna lie. Chat, which one do y'all think? Does this look more like this guy or more like this guy? Does this guy look more like number 1 or number 2? That's a horse. Just go says ain't no dead bobcat. That's a horse. Y'all let me know. Does this guy look more like this guy over here or the brownish color guy? Yeah, see, that's what I'm thinking properly. Though I think this is a lynx. You got a whole lynx in your backyard. Yeah, you got a whole lynx in your backyard. They built your neighborhood over a zoo. I feel like he has a tail, you just can't see it. I don't know, Evie, what? Did he have a tail? Did you see it? What the fuck is a lynx? Something you need a for and not a no tail? Oh, it's a lynx. That's a lynx. You got a whole lynx in your backyard. I'm absolutely blown away. Next week it's gonna be a puma. Large back feet. Let's check the back feet. Right? Okay. Back legs longer than front. Yep, most definitely. Spots. Yep. Longer ear tufts. Can clearly see that there. Oh, look, this little guy right here. He's got a goatee. This little kitty's got a goatee right here. Yep, he got a whole family, 2 kids, and paying child support. You got a whole lynx in your backyard. I need a tax break. Too much wildlife to be paying city tax. No, for real though. For real. Arch back. I mean, can't really tell. You got a whole lynx in your backyard. Have y'all ever come across these? Like, that's a dependent. That's a whole ass child. Like, do y'all see these when you're going out to your car? Whole time this is a Canadian lynx. You had a whole Canadian lynx in your backyard. Nah, man. Popular says, yeah, when I worked in forestry. What? You're coming outside and you see this guy? Mm-mm. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Look at the paws. He's taking your face off in one swipe. Put a tariff on. Put a tariff on it. Yes. Look at this guy. Look at him. Beautiful. It's regal. I want to have a word with you. Look at this guy. Puts my beard to shame. And this is just same ass in Ohio, where we don't have stuff like this. We have crows. That's really about it. That's really about it. Oh, y'all wildin'. Beautiful animals. Beautiful, but I know they're mean. I know they're violent. G. Renee, good evening. Call Wildlife Services in the county. I don't think Wildlife Services in the county has anything that they can offer you if you call them and tell them, like, hey, I got this bad mammer jammer on my fence. Come send somebody. That's crazy. That's like a full grown ass adult lynx just chilling on you. How wide is that fence? That's what I want to know. Yeah, no, and that's really the shame that they don't really have a habitat, because we get rid of so much acreage per hour in the United States. Absolutely terrible. So it's like knowing that they're losing their home. Can one really be upset if you see this on your fence? Doge fired the Link Squad. Hey, we ain't got any more funding in the budget for link captures. I just think about your neighbors, right? So what about your neighbors if they're in if they have kids in the neighborhood? You got one of these just on the loose. It's absolutely crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. Miss Evie got links in her backyard. Absolutely crazy. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. There's way more than one. Your dad saw 4 of them together last year. No, see? Nah. Nah. This is how I know nobody in your neighborhood has kids. Anthony Yarborough's father's creator. Appreciate you, Anthony, for sharing that live and throwing me a follow. Appreciate your family. Drop a bomb in the chat for Anthony one time if we can. The chat was like, Anthony, you're gonna get 2 bombs because you're worth it. Let's take a look at this. Where are we at? Omni. Where are we at with Omni? Where are we at with Omni? OM, where you at? What I want to know is how come this did not save any of my I mean, it didn't save any of my chart setups. How does that work? Like I had everything all mapped out and whatnot. It didn't save any of it. How am I supposed to know? Y'all gonna make me draw all this all over again? That's crazy. Damn, it didn't save any of it. That's why I hate when TradingView does this. You take the time out to mark your charts up, and then it just literally disappears on you. That's grimy. All right, let's see if we can do this again. Wow, that effing sucks. I'm not gonna lie. TradingView, get your shit together, bro. Okay, what do we say? Try to find this over here. Supplied. No. This is gonna represent supply zone. Where's my entry at? Sorry, 674. Here, but I'm trying to target at least 2 to 1. There we go. Then what else do we have? We got skill. Oh no, here is it. Okay, nope, this is the wrong one. Let's see how close it was. Yep, pretty spot on. Cool. All right. We need this zone to play out. Get us on the 4 hours, so it can take a little while. Could take 3 days, could take all the way up to 5 days. We're not gonna really stress about it. We're gonna let the trade play out. What was the other one? Skill. Scale. Scale was the other one. I'm about to take another look into Scale. Like, I feel like Scale has been underperforming, and I don't like it. Scale showed a tremendous amount of promise. Gasless blockchain. And when I take a look at what they've done, it's like bupkis. Pluto says, I don't know why the app doesn't let me know when you go live. If you're on my profile, is the bell notification clicked? Yeah, that's weird. If it's clicked, I don't know why it's not. I don't know why it's not showing that. TikTok, if you could get it together, that'd be great. Thanks. Just like if you could allow the stream to stop lagging, that would be great. Thanks. Trying to provide some insightful information here. How long have I been on? Oh, about 3 hours. About 3 hours. Jim, bro, appreciate the live. Thank you so much, man. Thanks for liking the live. Wow, excuse me. Thank you. I appreciate that. What else do we have? We have Scale. Is that right? Bow. Scale, yes. Again, I've personally never seen a supply zone this big before, but whatevsies, we're gonna roll with it. Where's our entry at? Our entry on Scale was 28.49. So we're down a little bit. Oh, I'm sorry, I messed up. We're here, 28.49. Here we go. 28.49. Yep, boom, right there. So we're in a little bit of a red right now with Scale. So stop loss at. Stop loss is at 229.1. 29.1. There we go. Boop, got that right there. Save that. And again, just trying to really see if these supply zones are going to play or not. And again, probably a little late getting into this one. It's here. As soon as price should have came up in here, we should have entered in. How about Stark? Actually, Stark might be in play. Actually, probably not. Daily? No. 12 hour? No. Just looking for a little bit more of a different zone. But that different zone. But that here. I'm gonna go here. If this is right. Future's looking strong for tomorrow. So Tommy, we're kind of going through the chart right now. I'm just kind of looking at some alts. I don't know why my bias is leaning more towards shorts, probably because this is just what I'm seeing on these charts. As we've got price action entering into supply zones, which would suck, right, if today's rally was a little bit of a fake out. Trump announced that any country buying fuel from Venezuela is going to get hit with a 25% tariffs. After hours is down. S&P down. Dow Jones futures down. Okay, so we might actually be trending in the right direction here, folks. We might be cooking with fire here, gang. Oh. Come down here to the hour. Yep, got another one. Go. Hour. Side of each other. Go back here to the 4 hour. And if I'm right about this, hopefully this on here is underneath the 50% fib retracement, right? Ah, just above it. Yeah, Pluto, I wish they would let you know when the live is started. That'd be great. Is any of that underneath the 50? The hourly is. Let me make sure that's plays. That is. Man, that's crazy. Looks like we actually had one here that it validated it. Gap came in, instead of invalidating and pushing through, it actually bounced off. I like that setup. I might hold off on start. How's Tau look? I'm not seeing it for Tau. So as I'm looking at these charts, the number one thing I want to try to make sure I'm not doing is I'm not trying to force it. Wow, I actually had the opportunity here for this to become a bearish engulfing candle, but it didn't do it. Price is moving up. Volume stayed along with it, right? So that's good. However, we ran into a couple of doji. This move to the downside might not actually be all that strong. I would actually expect to see stronger volume as we go down. Maybe like as selling off, the volume picking up for sales. So then the question becomes, are we looking at scalps or are we looking at swings? It's going to take days on it. That's probably going to be a proper swing. How about Solana? Let's see. We've been live, what, about 3 hours? And in that 3 hours, prices definitely came down. Let's check out Sui. Got to be able to feel, right? No supply zones. Everything was good until the link showed up. Listen. Link showed up like Debo from Friday. Debo's coming. Who? Debo. Who? Debo. Tia sideways. Nothing really to write home about there. Higher time frames. How we look. Serious. She's gonna do you on the grill. You got some steaks going, the links pull up and just steals your steak. You're gonna cry when you get in the car. Where do you see BTC going? Well, let's talk about it. BTC, we were saying this earlier. There's a couple areas of interest that I would take a look at. The first, which is like an 84, the other is like a 78 kind of zone, right? When you start to look at Bitcoin on the daily, again, I was always going to look at this on the higher time frames. What we're looking for Bitcoin to do is, if you're a bull, you want to try to get over these two humps right here. You've got like 94 and some change, and then you've got like 90 and some change. And the reason why that is important is because these areas represent really the 94.3 zone. This represent like your lower highs. Okay, and so when you look at price action, you know, you've got lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows. This is a very bearish kind of chart structure. All right, so if you're trying to get an understanding of where price could go, if in fact it needs to flip that, you got to get over your most recent lower high. And for Bitcoin, that's around like 94, 2 and some change. But again, it's not enough just to have like a little wick touch above that. You need like strong daily closes above those zones. Okay, so what happens is Bitcoin puts in this down leg here, and then on this uptrend, the purpose of this down leg here, you guys hear me say this all the time, is to create an up leg that's going to take out these lower highs. If that does not happen, price starts to roll over on itself. The low is going to get targeted, and that's going to put you at about 78. Now, 78 here for Bitcoin actually represents an area of interest. If we go here, the futures chart, this will put us down here to fill one of the gaps that we have in the CME chart. Okay. Got a small one here at around 84.6. So obviously we fall out of this ascending channel. We're going to close that area and then potentially come down here to close the gap at 77. I think that might be it for the gaps. Quite possibly. Yes. So could it be a good thing if we do in fact have price breakdown and we close the gap? Sure. Why not? I'd actually like to see it happen sooner rather than later. But I do see pathways for us to get there, right? We're just kind of in this ascending channel kind of deal. And seldomly do these ever break to the upside. Can they break to the upside? Yes. But does it mean it's going to? No. Right? So you could have like one of these kind of things happen and then price breaks down and then you come down here and you close this gap. Big boy's talking about $60,000 Bitcoin. Guess I won't be going on my walks for a while. Hell no, not without bear mace or bear spray. XRP, I'll be looking at 236. We were talking about that earlier, 236. 236. Man, Eigenlayer really shit the bed, didn't it? It's got a lot of strong edge liquidity on the way up, though. I mean, look at this. Here, here. Right? That's wild. The run-up could actually be very violent on Eigenlayer. BNB. Shout out to BNB, man. BNB might be one to pay attention to. Bullish and big bullish engulfing, right? On the fucking daily. BNB, man. This one might be it. BNB. Let's just go ahead and target the highs, right? 645, 644. Nah, Anthony, you're being funny. 236 or like $2.36. I say $2.36. $236. That's funny. Memes destroying all the bigger coins. The gains is going. Yes, it's sucking up all liquidity. It's sucking the liquidity. Tell you what you need to do. You need to walk up to your local meme coin market and just y'all remember that bat? Anybody here ever play Super Smash Bros on Nintendo 64? You mean 10K, right? Oh my! See now I know why Sleeps called off the wedding. Pluto, I'm gonna take the XRP community that thinks is going to 10K. I'm gonna put them in a box with the folks that's engaging in meme coins. I'm gonna break out that Super Smash Bros bat and I'm just gonna knock it out of here. It's gone. It's gone. Sleeps loves XRP. That's how you met. Oh, really? Oh, really? Hell no, I said that about Smash, bro. I'm telling you, man. Just put them all together. Wait till the time is right and just knock them out of there. Damn, that sound nostalgia. When I put that in there, I said, listen, you got to be an OG to know where this is from. You got to be an absolute OG to know where this one is from. Yes, sir. I got a couple others in the tank. You know, we gonna wait on those though. You know, man, I would be if this were the kind of trade setup where like now they start to validate these fair value gaps. Like this shit should be automatic. This is wild. I mean, realistically, that's not even what we wanted anyway, though. Got another one on the 4 hour. Yes, we do. Brett. Looking for a short. Jump back down here to the hourly. And because I know these are not premium zones, I'm actually just going to get rid of those. Still going to BTC Vegas? Yeah, I'll be there. Yep. I'll be there. I was actually looking at accommodations last night. I was like, I should probably jump on this. For I'm sleeping in someone's, I don't know, camper out somewhere in the desert, and that's like my Airbnb. Wouldn't that be crazy? Would y'all let me room with y'all if that was the case? All the hotels were sold out, and I had to like stay in the desert in somebody's camper for like an Airbnb. I'd be so pissed. I would be so pissed. Not a link in Texas, or yeah, right? Not a link in Texas would be pissed. Yeah, Pluto, I appreciate that, man. Now listen, if I end up rooming with Pluto and something happens to me, y'all, Pluto did it. Call the authorities. I'm kidding. I'm only kidding. Says chill. I was trying to look out for you, homie. This is how you gonna do me? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. T4 like the live. Appreciate you, T4. Thank you so much for that like. Yes. We both parents, so we good. For sure. I hear that. Looking at this chart here, Brett, what are you doing? I'm ready for a market move. I feel like the market is just like at a standstill and it's driving me crazy. Man, look at that. If I was selling that damn short on Crow, ooh, your boy would have been destroyed. This shit act like it don't want to come down, y'all. Oh, cool. Okay, so now, wait a minute. Nope, this ain't even the right one. Where's that? Crow. There we go. Just kept on running. Kept on going. So now we officially have a 4-hour candle that is closed. Doing what? Giving us a gap here on the 4-hour. So when this pulls back, and it's going to pull back. Price is going up. Volume is not following along with it. This move up took, oh man, holy shit. Took out liquidity all the way back from, granted what this is, early March? Yep, early March. February. Oh, the 4th. Highest daily candle close going all the way back to February. Whoa. Marcus, appreciate the follow. Thank you so much, fam. Drop a bomb in the chat for Marcus one time, yo. Appreciate that support, family. You guys are amazing. Yeah, so we're taking out liquidity all the way back from February. We've got our highest daily candle close going back to February. The question now becomes, how long can Crow keep up with the charade? I mean, it's just going straight up and down. It would make sense if this was like, hey, look at this. This is like a nice little demand zone, but that ain't it. Or is it? Well, if I'm being honest, made up, I guess it kind of would invalidate itself, right? Here. What might play though? It's not to the T. It's not to, honestly, I would feel better if we hadn't had 2 wicks outside this zone, because I'm going to show you what happens, right? So what happens is, when you're looking at a demand zone, just like when you look at a supply zone, you're waiting for price. You're trying to take a look at the, let's just say the map, the chart here. You're looking for a small candle before an extreme price movement takes place, right? You got inducements, you got gap. I'm sorry, not inducements, but you've got aggressive moves, which lead to gaps. Gaps obviously need to fill. When price comes back down, you essentially want to set your long. start saying, okay, well, boom, price came back in here. I'm going to set my long and I'm going to target the high. How crazy would that be if Crow ran to 21? I'm sitting here waiting on the short. I'd be pissed. So you can do that. You can set your stop loss. Okay, and basically what you're saying is, hey, I'm going to get in here. And if price goes below or beneath this area, take me out. And essentially what you have going on here is, in a minute, this is on the weekly. Let's go to the daily. This blue box here represents a gap on the weekly, which is, I mean, that's kind of a big deal. I'm not going to lie to you. Was that the weekly? I think that was the weekly. Let me go back. Yeah, so we got a possible demand zone here on the weekly, right? And we don't see too many of these. Okay. We got a possible demand zone here on the weekly. We got a gap on the weekly. We got a gap on the daily. What am I doing? I go to the 4 hour. And even a little bit of gap on 4 hour. There you go. Alright, so now what are we really looking at? Put my fib here, and if we're right about this, instead of being under the 50% fib retracement, it should be above the 50% fib retracement. Going from swing high to swing low. Swing here. And they are above it. So now our question becomes, what is the likelihood that Crow will try to target this zone here versus rolling over on itself? Because we all know it's going to roll over. It's just a matter of when. The daily still has a little bit of room left before it's even overbought. That 4 hours getting extended, boy. And look at that fucking bar. It ain't there. It's not there. You're telling me there's a chance, 1 in a million. Why is Crow pumping? Apparently, one of Trump's companies got together and tapped Crow, allegedly, but the deal's not finalized from what we were reading, that they want to make ETFs available on crypto.com. Bitcoin ETFs, Ethereum ETFs, ETFs that have a mix of crypto assets that make them up. We're getting some rejection here. And a little bit. And a little bit. Right here. This is problematic, man. Because part of me is like, yeah, target this long right here. Target this zone right here. What's that, 618? That's 11.8. Yeah, I don't like it. I think the move has already happened, and we are going to be disciplined, and we are going to wait. We're gonna wait. I'm trying to check my own bias at the door, but I know we're gonna get some play off this fib right here. This, seen this happen before. It's gonna bounce around. Nope, we don't want to break it. Yeah, we want to break it. We don't want to break it, and then it'll eventually push up. I think it could target this area right here, then maybe roll over on itself. What else do we have going on in this zone on a higher time frame? Oh, we're not gonna chase it. Yeah, Jamie, exactly. Even after they made the announcement, they're gonna mint another 70 billion tokens out of thin air. Yep. Yep. Exactly. Absolutely crazy, is it not? And we know you guys all went through consensus. You said we should burn the 70 billion tokens, but we kind of been thinking, we actually think we want to reissue them after we burnt them. Absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. So Vanessa, what Crow originally was going to do is they went through like the community, and the community said, "Hey, we want you guys to essentially burn more tokens." So then Crow was like, "Cool, we're gonna do that." And then they had the bright idea to go back and say, "Hey, those tokens that we burned, we're actually going to reissue them to the tune of 70 billion tokens." Personally, I thought people in the Crow community should have taken to the streets with their pitchforks. 'Cause that's crazy, man. Let's see what we got here. shit, CRO's pumping. Would y'all be mad if I told y'all I traced this pump? He's just starting to throw money in now. Yeah, it's looking like it. Definitely gonna try to target this zone right here. Maybe Age looking at it like, nope, it's too good to be true. There can only be one. Question is, are they gonna do it? Do they got the strength to do it? Give me back my bread. Give me my money. Asia, they should be trading right now. What time is it in? We talking like China? Let's check Korea. Korea. 13, so it's what, 1 in the afternoon? China. 12:51, yep. They in there. They in there. 11-2. Just go to 11-8 real fast, man. Just go ahead and take that 11-8 zone real quick. Come on, big dog. Give me my money. How we doing on Mantra? Mantra up 7%. Yeah, we're about 91% on this. Give me that. It's 11-8 flat. Don't be a bitch. Give me my money. Come on. Do I have towel? I do not have towel. Like an open position right now or holding a spot on towel? Miz was still here. I was asking if he was talking about a spot position or open position. Spot position, I do not think I'm in Tao. I guess the answer to that question is no. Like no on an open position as well as no on a spot position as well. Here come those Bears. You at 11-3, might as well go ahead and go to 11-8. Go to 11-8. Let Glenn get a little money up out this thing. Recoup my funds that I lost earlier. And let's go ahead and take it to the house. I go long and now the crow wants to run out of steam. You better not. I'm just gonna do the smart thing, move this stop loss into profits. So either way, we're gonna walk away with something. You're gonna give it to me. I'm not gonna give it back. On tile? No, not a spot position. Nope. I think I was late to tile, right? So the whole deal behind tile was like, yo, it's Bitcoin. Or I'm sorry, not Bitcoin, but it's like AI and all this jazz. And I didn't get there in time. I didn't get there in time, and I was not about to chase the pump. Excuse me. Yeah, let's go ahead and go to 11-8. 11-8, get it to me. You're not alone. I missed it also. You know, and listen, that's the thing about Tao. Like, who knew? I had no idea it was coming out. It almost just kind of came out of left field. Like, I didn't, you know, have any idea about what it was. Or my deal is, like, a lot of folks don't talk about things until after they start to blow up. And I'm like, well, if we're talking about stuff after it blows up, there's not really a whole lot of meat left on that bone. User 393 says ADA. Let's take a look at ADA. Where we at? Crow's at 11 too. ADA. I think we talked about ADA earlier. It was just kind of going sideways. Was that right? Oh man, y'all remember we did this video? Let's talk about altcoins and how bad they were down. At the point in time in that video, ADA was down 44%, and now it's down 45. Not bad. Last week it was actually down 50%, right? So just kind of goes to show you, like, yeah, altcoins are absolutely in a bear market, right? And if we're kind of paying attention to what the markets are doing right now, it's just kind of going sideways. There's not really a whole lot to go off of right here. I would tell you that because the whole entire purpose of this down leg was to create a uptrend leg that was going to take out these highs. And while we didn't necessarily get like a daily candle closure. But again, yeah, you didn't even take out this liquidity here. I won't be surprised if this low down here was something that was targeted in like the next few days or so. I wouldn't be surprised. Winning trades feels good. I like the way it makes me feel. 61. What is it? Yeah, okay. That's wild. How many trading days have we had so far? We've had 25. And 25, I've gotten to what? 24? 6, 4. Yeah, 24. I've had 18 profitable days. That puts me at 75% for the month. 80% is just. Oh. Hey, Glenn, I see you want to be at 80% day trader. You got to be quicker than I'm like right there, but it's not. Shit ain't clicking. When you miss a day, it hurts your averages. It is what it is, though. I'll take 75. 75 isn't bad. Want to take a look at Doge? Let's have a look at Doge. Have a look at Doge. Not gonna lie to you, Doge chart looks pretty healthy. It's definitely flipped bearish to bullish sentiment on the 4-hour. How do we look on the daily? And it's done so on the daily as well. Strong candle close. Obviously, you don't want to see this kind of revert back and start giving this price action back away. But yeah, Doge actually doesn't look terrible. See prices going up. You've got volume that's going along with it, so there's no real danger of hidden bearish divergence close on the daily that you've had since the beginning of March. So I mean, the only thing you're really looking for Doge to do here is just kind of build structure and kind of go up. Beware of ascending channels. You'll break down, maybe establish a new floor, and then still be able to go back up here. Was XRP mentioned in the CRO news? It was. It would be essentially, so they want to do like a basket of ETFs. They want to do a Bitcoin ETF, an Ethereum ETF. Then they also want to do a basket of ETFs. So they have Bitcoin, Ethereum, CRO, as well as XRP. And on that news, last we checked, XRP hadn't really been reactive to it, and it still isn't. Which is kind of weird because CRO is over here having the fucking time of its life, and XRP is just flat. It's just flat. I think if XRP was to be reactive of it, it would be probably trying to target like this $2.70 range or so. $2.70 range. It's just fucking flat. Nothing. Your order has been filled on CRO. What did CRO do? Did we go to? Oh no, I got stopped out. Stopped out in profit, but stopped out nonetheless. Whatevs. Resistance is 260 though. Didn't even go up there. No, it didn't. It didn't. This damn CRO chart look like a fucking Burj Khalifa. Look at that. Looks just like the Burj Khalifa. Imagine I'm like managing trades over here in the background and talking to y'all at the same time. So I got good news and I got bad news. The good news is we recouped some of the losses that we sustained from trying to short Crow earlier. The bad news is our mantra trade is down 44 cents. How are we looking at this 15 minute? This isn't the slide, is it? I'm saying there it is right there. What is that? $11.5? Let me full port this to 11.5 cents. Oh, that would be crazy. That would be absolutely fucking crazy. I ain't gonna do it. That shit would be dumb. Come on, let's full port it to 11.5. Who wants to do some risque degen type stuff? Let's go 39x leverage. Let's full port this to 11.5. No, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. But maybe after it cools off, right? We can do that. In fact, this is the bottom. High. Is there like a chart structure in here I can map this off of? Crow, you're really starting to bother me, man. Little Loch Ness monster pattern. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that because it's on the 15 minute. And last time I tried to do something on the 15 minute, I got absolutely destroyed. I'm not gonna do it. Probability of Crow, what you got? Let's see. Probability of Crow in terms of what, like price action, where it's going? These are 39. 32 says it's coming down now. Yeah, going through a little bit of a retrend or retest on the 15. FOMO one. Me and the 15 minute do not get along. We absolutely do not get along, and I feel like as a trader, you got to know your strengths. But if I were to full port this just to 11.5, like that would be, yeah, that would be something. Oh, price. I mean, I think after the retrace, let me zoom out here, right? So we're kind of looking at this. So what do we have here? possible demand zone, right? Was this on the weekly? This was on the weekly. Possible demand zone on the weekly. Boop, boop. Target these highs. Crow to like 23. But you know it's just not going to be a straight line up to 23 cents. So on this 4 hour of price action going up and volume just remaining abysmal, like I really believe there is a high possibility this thing rolls over by before I like wake up tomorrow morning. And it goes down to, you know, you've got a few different gaps that are all like nested inside of each other here. Can I actually make this smaller? Like this is obnoxious. Here we go. So we had the 4 hour, the hour. What else do we have? This is a 15-minute. And some gaps on the 15-minute. Really, I think the huge takeaway there is you got a couple gaps nested in beside each other. It's the 4 hour and the hour. And because those, right, if I were to go, I don't know, say like from here to here, because those gaps reside where they are, there's a strong likelihood that price can reverse, come down, at least entertain coming back into these areas right here. At say like just under 9 cents and all the way down to what is that, like 8.3 or like 8.3 cents. You got a crypto.com AMA stream or in the Discord? Yeah, let me jump in there real quick. Shit, I gotta remember my damn Discord password. Fuck. I'm in a Discord in a minute. When did y'all start, Granny? It just started? Alright, let me try to find it. Let me try to jump in. See if I can even remember my damn Discord password. Yeah, this is gonna take me a minute because I'm gonna have to log in. Of course, it's not the right password. Give me a second, y'all. Let me try to log into this Discord. Maybe we can get this AMA up. Granny, my DM on what? On TikTok or the DM on Twitter? Almost got that situated. Hang tight, y'all.
This can be brought on shore, and Crypto.com is perfectly positioned to capture some of this this market activity going from off-chain to on-chain and from offshore to onshore through our regulated infrastructure. As you guys know, we've got a full MTL set in the US. We've got multiple entities regulated to sell derivatives through CFTC. And we've got a broker-dealer for securities, and we've got a trust company to securely store users' assets. So we've got a full setup, and we will be one of the key beneficiaries of this new legislation being put in place. So plenty of work on the Hill. I think there's also opportunity maybe for capital formation for companies that are a little bit smaller. They can't handle an IPO on NASDAQ. So I think that's the third one that is very big. And we've seen what an ICO can do to the industry in 2017. So if we are able to bring some of that back, I think that will be very exciting. So a lot of work on the Hill, but I think it's just all trending in the right direction. And these things take time, and we can't ignore the macro conditions. But the foundational layer that is being put in place right now gives me a lot of optimism. I think we can easily 10x the size of the industry if you're willing to roll up your sleeves and do the work for the next couple of years. It's very exciting times and very inspiring too.
It's really true. And I just want to take a second. I see a bunch of questions asking about the new mint and all that. So for those who are just tuning in, we've already answered a lot of questions. So maybe you scroll back to the beginning and start watching from there. We're going to keep banging through the questions that came through. What's next? The 2025 roadmap that was released back in November is really ambitious. I remember when I first saw it, I said, well, how are we going to do all this? We've been delivering some things ahead of schedule. There's still quite a lot to do. You mind taking people through it? There are a lot of questions on that. How are you going to execute on all this?
Sure. It's definitely very challenging to execute on a roadmap that is very broad. But if you look at it from first principle basis, the first order of business is to take care of our core platforms. So on our main retail app, we need to make sure that we simplify the flows, make it super easy to onboard millions of users to this industry that are just entering for the first time. You guys have, of course, seen that we've launched our exchange in the US, so now we have full coverage. And I think we've made good progress last year on that front. We were the number one exchange with fiat support in terms of volume, printing about 1.29 trillion in 2024. So we will continue investing in this space, specifically for kind of semi-proactive trader and VIP accounts to further boost liquidity and improve how the product looks and works. So we want to win in this segment. We want to win in the right way. This is a safe venue for everybody to trade, and for people who are not using it yet, I encourage you to try it out. It's pretty good. The fees are very, very low. Speed is tremendous. There's full stability, and this product will continue to very rapidly get better. The third leg of it is our on-chain wallet. So we want to make sure this is the most competitive on-chain offering in terms of non-custodial solutions in the market, and we will actively push it. So there is much more resourcing on this side of things for 2025, and you will see the product improving dramatically. And I believe that we will be positioned well towards the end of the year as market goes back into the frenzy to capture a lot of the market share there. And then we've got the stuff that touches more TradFi world. So stocks roadmap, we've rolled out the basic spot functionality, but everybody's looking at options that is coming later this year. We've got full bank account functionality. We are working on global transfers. It will take like 1 second. It costs virtually nothing to execute. So what are we? Also, prediction markets are going to be very big for us. So what are we accomplishing by adding all these products? We are just expanding the top of the funnel so we can onboard more users. And as they come in, naturally, they will become users of cryptocurrencies and they will hold cryptocurrency in their wallets. So it helps us drive growth of the business, even in times where maybe Bitcoin price is not doing so well, or there's a small slowdown in our core business. We can continue onboard people in a very controlled manner every single day, regardless of what crypto prices do. So the challenge with this kind of setup, where you've got a very broad roadmap, is you're basically expanding the universe of competitors that you need to go against. So the way we are managing this is for every single product line, we treat as a separate business with separate ownership by the product lead, with full P&L responsibility, and then resourcing it like a startup to make sure that we can move and improve very quickly to grab market share. And I think the thing that ties it all together is our level up program that again connects this to CRO, and we will continue rewarding our community for not only trading crypto with us, not only using our cards, but also moving their banking business to us, using us as a platform for payments, using us as a platform for predictions across sports, politics, and many other areas. So I think it's a very exciting roadmap. And obviously, there's also a completely separate roadmap for Chronos, where we view it as one of the key venues for the AI era to build on top. So it's a very, very broad, very challenging roadmap. But I think if you look at what we've delivered in Q1, we've made good progress against what was promised, and we will keep the tempo. We continue recruiting teams, and we've got more than 500 openings, more talent coming in to help us out with it. So I expect this speed to accelerate as we work smarter, and we've got more talent to attack these challenges. And I think all of it will benefit the community.
There's definitely a lot to do, and they're all important, but I'll ask you a question that came up a few times. Anything on the roadmap that you are more excited about? I'm sure you love it. All your children are beautiful and wonderful. But is there anything or any particular project or initiative that you're especially excited about?
So there are always a few things, even on the organic roadmap. If you look at what we were releasing, like the sports prediction market, we were a first mover in the industry of this. and it was not on the roadmap at all. So the stuff that we think is highly disruptive, we try to keep our cards close to our chest. So there's quite a number of things like that on the roadmap that we are working on. I actually think that the biggest surprises are going to come from the inorganic side of things. I don't think historically we were not particularly acquisitive, other than Nadex acquisition in 2021 and a few licenses, but we're going to be doing more interesting things on the M&A front, and the inorganic build out of the business, I think, is going to surprise the community a lot. So I strongly recommend you guys to keep an eye out and see how this all comes together, because when I look at how the product, the company, and the community looks like in 2026, I could not be more excited. It's different, it's exciting, and it's going to be clearly differentiated comparing to anything else in the market. So we are in a very unique position. It's a very unique opportunity. I have not been this excited to keep building in years. It's really a breath of fresh air.
Awesome. We always get some questions that are personal in nature. And so a few people have asked, it's clear you're traveling a lot more now. There's a lot more higher stakes games, lots of things happening that can really move the needle one way or another, like we saw today with the Truth Social announcement. So the question was, how do you stay even keeled? How do you manage your personal health and just get enough sleep and all the things that we know are important?
I live a very simple life. I just work and spend time with my family, and when I have spare time, I make sure that I lift weights. I do some and I picked up some Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
These are fluff-ass questions if I've ever heard them. The people want to know, why did you choose to reissue 70 billion tokens?
For half a day during the season.
That's what folks really care about.
But I think understanding what your priorities are in life and cutting out everything that is non-essential is the most important.
Let's start this over, try to see if we can gain.
I have to look at the minute chart right now, not the hour chart here. It is very exciting though, isn't it? It's very exciting. Well, let's take a look again at the news story. Proud to partner with Real Donald J. Trump Truth Social. And also, if you don't remember, ladies and gentlemen, this Truth Social he's talking about, the Trump family also wants to start his own TrueFi, more like a finance company behind Truth Social. So also what X is trying to do, be a bit of everything, right? A bit of everything. They want to do something similar with Truth Social. And that includes also selling stuff with ETFs, including CRO. So let's take a quick peek at the original article he's quoting. So Real Donald Trump's media company, Trump Media, parent company of Truth Social, has announced a partnership with Crypto.com to launch a series of ETFs and ETPs. I don't know what you mean with ETP. Again, Nick, I told you cannot buy Cortex AI. It's part of the roadmap. Well, good morning from the UK as well, Aman. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Well, ETFs and ETPs comprised of digital assets as well as securities with a Made in America focus. Interesting. So, Made in America, does it mean, ladies and gentlemen, that CRO right now is officially made in the US? Is that an official statement here? I'm looking forward to an actual news release also by the Trump Media company. But okay, maybe later. So it will get a Made in America focus spanning diverse industries such as energy, according to the company press release. This is the actual press release, by the way. Guys, like I mentioned, I'm just awake. I missed a lot of this news during my sleep. So we will make sure to read the full release later. But we're going to talk about it also after the AMA. I think during the AMA, Chris is going to talk about this as well. So let's see. We got Zignimus saying a crash is incoming. Well, We're going to take a look at the technicals as well, but we have actually surpassed a very important one just over here at about 10 cents 25. But maybe, of course, no financial advice here. Energy, proof of work, maybe? Proof of work? Anyways, the product to the ETF will include BTC, CRO, CRO, nice, and other assets. Very interesting. I think also that will mean that basically if you buy the basket, you will buy Chronos without maybe even knowing you bought Chronos. Anyways, it's set to launch later this year, pending on regulatory approval. Pending on regulatory approval. Ah, okay. That's also, if you guys remember, if you take a look at the Crypto.com roadmap, here, it is here. Chronos ETF submission. Q4 of 2025. So it all lines up directly with the roadmap. So this is really off the charts for me. This is also, I think, a decent reason why CRO is pumping like this right now. Very close to 11 cents. Guys, let's go to 11 cents. Let's pump it up. Oh, I'm stoked today. What's happening, guys? How are you feeling? Are you feeling bullish? Are you feeling bearish? Are you feeling a bit too hyped up? Are you sleepy? Let me know in the chat, please. I'm super excited. I'm also a bit sad. And let me tell you why. Because this happens over here as well. And it's all again lined up directly with this AMA. But this is this news article here. It's this news article. Ah, dude, Cliff, what the hell, man? The hell? Thank you very much. You make it possible for me to pay my tea to get off my pillow in the early morning. Again, though, thank you very much, Cliff. Good evening, everyone. Yeah. I mean, I got
on the M&A front. The results as.
Sorry, I will be.
The market's seen a significant increase in users and engagement, multiple record highs of Bitcoin, new positive momentum in the biggest markets like the US, tons of development at crypto.com as we deliver on our 2025 roadmap. You all ask so many great questions, including many of you who want to hear more about Chronos and the recent CRO minting announcement. We want to get into all of it for you, including the CRO questions, but we first thought it would be most helpful if Chris would give us his perspective on everything that's happened recently. Chris, over to you.
Yes, Chris, please.
And thanks everyone for tuning in to our AMA. The last time we spoke shortly after the election was out, and we've had a little bit of a honeymoon period for the industry with market performance being really, really strong for about 3 months. In those 3 months, Crypto.com printed pretty much equal amount of revenue as in the entirety of 2023. So it was really, really solid. And what we've seen is that the administration has started delivering on the promises that were made during the campaign. But we also saw macro slowing down, a lot of people worried about uncertainty in the markets, things being a little bit overpriced, tariffs and everything, the inflation and the impact of it on the monetary policy. So we saw a little bit of a slowdown in February and March. And during this period, I've seen a lot of people asking me, is this it? Is the cycle over? And my general point of view is that we need to forget about the 4-year cycles. The structure of the market has changed fundamentally, and everybody has to understand that the game is completely different right now. I think we may have a bit of choppy waters over the next couple of months, but the foundation that is being laid by this new administration for crypto and for business in general is one that is very strong and sustainable. So I think we're going to see another leg of this rally, and I'm very, very optimistic about the market towards the end of 2025 and going into 2026.
Awesome. That's a great look at the market outlook. Anything else you want to share on what's coming up in the second half of 2024?
Well, I think if you look at, our strategy, how is Crypto.com going to win? The results, as I've shared with you guys on Twitter recently, were pretty decent. We hit 140 million users on the platform. We expect to hit 150 million users milestone in Q2, so that's not bad. We're very profitable, 1.5 billion in revenue, about 300 million in EBITDA. So that's all decent. The balance sheet is very strong. We can continue investing in both organic development of the platform and inorganically through acquisitions. So we want to build a business in both ways. But it has to be said, and I remind you guys what we've said in the depth of the bear market, that our goal is 250 million users. So we are kind of 1/3 of the way there. We did okay, but the job is not done. So this combination of both organic push, where we have a very broad roadmap, we're bringing on board a lot of entrepreneurial talents to drive each of the market segments in which we expanded to, like equities, like prediction markets, like sports contracts, and of course the very core crypto offering. We're bringing it all under one roof. We are going to drive it very heavily to ship a ton of improvements to our platform very, very quickly. Our ambition is to be the fastest shipping company in this industry. And of course, a lot of focus is going to be on ETFs, a lot of focus is going to be on being aggressive in terms of our on-chain product. We believe that the new waves of users are going to be coming predominantly straight to Web3 environments. So we want to make sure that we've got the right product there so that we capture those future growth areas. And inorganically, on the M&A front, we're looking both at private companies and at public companies as potential acquisition targets. So there's a lot of irons in the fire there, a lot of happening, and I'm sure you're going to be excited as much as I am the moment we have more news to share, the moment we announce these deals. So a lot more to come in the second half of the year on that front.
Awesome. There was some really big news today about the Trump media partnership. And certainly there was a lot of noise on social. I don't know if everyone watching was able to catch it. Maybe you could give us a little bit background on that and what it means for Crypto.com, CRO, and crypto more broadly.
Definitely, ETFs are a critical new flow of capital into the market. So we are very proud and thrilled to partner with Truth Social on this. As you guys know, they already have a Bitcoin ETF application. We're going to provide them with a 360 solution, including custody, liquidity provision, and everything else that is needed to operate this effectively. There's going to be also some innovation there in terms of deploying baskets that include proof of stake tokens like Kronos. And we're very excited about it. This is the first time that CRO is included in an ETF. So please look for more news on this as filings are done. And we're very, very, very excited about this partnership. It's absolutely incredible.
I'm going to jump to the question that was on everybody's mind, the most questions we've got, and certainly I'm looking at all the comments coming through live right now, asking about it. Can you describe a little bit more about what's going on with Kronos, specifically the CRO minting? Walk everybody through it. How's Crypto.com supporting Kronos? What's our role in supporting CRO? What's the rationale of the mint with CRO? How's it going to benefit the community? There's a lot of questions in that topic.
Yes, I've noticed the vigorous debate online happening over the last couple of weeks, as you guys were so kind to tag me in most of it. Maybe I'll start with a public service announcement. Kronos and Crypto.com have been run separately for years, separate governance, separate entities. But where we are aligned is the mission and the vision, the cryptocurrency in every wallet. And where we are aligned is that we want to make CRO great again. So when I look at the original token burn from Q1 2021, I view this as a defensive move. At that point in time, it made a lot of sense. Now we've got strong support from the new administration. The war on crypto is over. We have extremely strong tailwinds for the whole industry. And there is need for an aggressive investment to win. I'm always very supportive of thinking big being bold. We've run an entire global campaign with the tagline FFTB. So I believe that not making big moves is akin to accepting being somewhere in the middle of the pack. I don't think this is what the community wants. It's like thinking in cents when we should be thinking in dollars. So you guys have to understand that Crypto.com reinvested billions of dollars to build a globally recognizable, trusted brand. And likewise, Kronos will have to invest billions to build a top 5 chain. So I think that on balance, this path has the highest likelihood of success that benefits all token holders. So, what we actually want to do, what are the things that will make CRO great again? I think number one on the list is ETFs. And, there was this announcement that came out this morning from Truth Social. And I think everybody needs to understand that this is the first of many. Our ambition is to have every single ETF issuer carry CRO, and in some cases it's going to be part of a single issue ETFs. In some cases it's going to be a part of the basket. But this is a very critical flaw. Again, the market structure has changed. This is what will provide inflows into the ecosystem, and all the builders that do want to benefit from it tremendously. I also want to address one issue that I think is not really deeply understood in the community, is that whenever we seed an ETF, this does not create a natural seller. It's akin to a loan where the ETF issuer is not the holder of the coin and is not a natural seller. So the impact on the sell side is none. So this needs to be understood. And I think, if you look at the action following the announcement, I don't think anybody saw any material selling in the market. So keep it in mind, ETFs are a huge net positive for the ecosystem. It's not easy to get it done, but we will get it done for all major issuers. The second thing that I think is critical to make CR great again is to make sure that we are being in consideration for strategic reserves or digital assets stockpiles of sovereign states. And again, the level of difficulty here is even higher than in the case of ETFs, but I think we are exceptionally well positioned to make this a reality if opportunity arises. The third thing, which I think is extremely difficult to do, but it's also one of the most important things, is to bring strong founder teams to Kronos. We've been looking for many months and quarters and years for exciting projects to list on the Crypto.com platform coming from the Crypto.com community. And the assessment is that there's not enough meat there. So the teams at Kronos, and I've seen that there's a new lead that has been appointed today. Mirko is a great guy. I'm sure you guys are going to love him. His number one job is to make sure that we bring extremely strong founder teams to the community. Founder teams that will build breakthrough projects that on its own right will stand at multi-billion-dollar valuation, are able to raise funding from leading VCs and drive this ecosystem forward. And CRO will definitely benefit from this as the base pair. We've seen how ETH benefited from this in 2017. So this is an established playbook. We've seen how Solana benefited from it during this cycle. Right? It's very important that the teams that are building on Kronos are absolutely world-class. And it will require significant incentives and significant investment. And I think the Kronos team is 100% committed to it. The fourth path and the fourth thing on the to-do list is bringing on institutional investors to Kronos. I think at this moment it's mostly retail who is holding it, and you've seen it in terms of the votes. I think the total percentage of votes voting no was about almost 5%, but if you look at the USD value of it, it was about $100 million. So we need to bring in institutional investors into the fold to make sure that the size of the ticket is completely different. And there's also the emerging opportunity of some companies following the MicroStrategy or now strategy playbook with accumulating digital assets. But to differentiate, they go beyond Bitcoin. Some of them, they're doing baskets. Some of them, they're doing ATP. I think there's a huge opportunity there for Kronos to be a part of these new accumulation channels. And number 5 for me is just innovating at token utility level to further drive adoption. And that goes both for on-chain projects and also what we do off-chain on the centralized platform, leading to growing demand for services and the underlying tokens. So I believe very firmly that if we do all 5, we will be in top 5. But again, it requires significant investment into the ecosystem build-out, multi-year effort. And on the multi-year effort, I want to point out that even with this restoration of the original 2018 circa 100 billion CCUI circulating supply, it's still a 12 years total vesting period. So nobody can question commitment to this multi-year effort. And then it will require building and leveraging relationships. It will require timing, and as always, it will in entrepreneurial journeys, it will require some luck. But there's full commitment. I'm fully supportive of this. I think this is going to be a reset for Kronos, and it's going to create a completely different kind of momentum. I think this is the gist of my views on this somewhat controversial proposal. I would also like to believe that if you look at this long term, even the people who voted against it, after a couple of quarters or maybe a year or maybe 2 years, they will look back at this point and will agree that this was actually done in the best interest of the community and everybody benefited. And I suggest you guys just look at the calendar today. We've got 25th of March, set a reminder for 25th next year and hold me to account if results are not delivered.
That was a lot. Thank you for that, and thank you for touching on a lot of questions. There was a question, you touched on it, but again, because I want to make sure everybody feels and knows that their questions were seen and that we're addressing them. There were a lot of questions around CRO price stagnation, and how you see that, as well as BTC, which saw a really nice uplift and then has slowed down a bit. Do you have any predictions by the end of the year, next 3 years? A lot of people are asking for your predictions and how you feel about that.
Right. Look, I've always said predicting price movement is extremely hard. But I do think that my advice from the depth of bear market in 2018 to buy Bitcoin and just never sell holds true today. And I think it will hold even more true in late 2025 or throughout 2026. On CRO specifically, I think Kronos teams and the community should focus the entirety of the effort on building and executing on those top 5 initiatives that I mentioned above. I think fundamentally, project teams who build strong, sustainable, recurring flows in this new market structure will ultimately win. So focus on the task at hand and the price that the market take care of.
That's it, really. I want to pivot a little bit to the U.S. landscape. A lot of people have seen you posting photos from Mar-a-Lago or from the White House. You've been spending a lot of time in the U.S. lately. Can you give us a peek on what it's like in the Oval Office and just what the whole experience is like?
Right. So I've been to Mar-a-Lago. I've participated in the inauguration. I was later on invited to a dinner at the White House and visited the Oval Office. And then most recently, there was this incredible crypto summit at the White House. So I think the unifying factor here is that every time I leave the place, I feel inspired. I feel a lot of hope, and I feel like we are in the right place at the right time, and we're on the right side of history. I'm really amazed by how much the new administration is doing and how much has been done since the inauguration. The speed at which all this happens, I think it's on one hand, it's because we've got an amazing leader at the top, but at the same time, you've got this team that one could argue this is the strongest team any administration has ever had, I think, since perhaps the founding fathers themselves. So it's just incredible to see, and I feel really privileged to witness it firsthand and play a tiny role in what is happening as it pertains to the future of our industry. I think there are a lot of opportunities. As you guys know, there are two major bills that are going. They're on the Hill right now. One for the stablecoin, and one for general market structure. I think it's very important that we recognize the industry has been under frontal assault for the last couple of years, and that we enshrine certain rules into law that protect us long term as an industry. And more practically, there's just so much that can be done in terms of bringing the activity that is currently off-chain on-chain, like trading stocks and whatnot. I should be able to send anybody here an NVIDIA stock just by sending it on Kronos, right? And we should be able to trade 24/7, 365, anything we want, anywhere we want, at all times, right? Very efficiently with huge capital efficiency. A lot can be accomplished there. And if you look at the industry today, majority of the
All right, listen, if I'm being honest, really wasn't a whole lot of revelating information that was shared there. I think the major takeaway was the idea that CRO is allegedly going to be teaming up with some of Trump's organization. It was just the Trump name coming to crypto.com. That was a reason for a lot of this pumping the way that it has been. AMA was going on, didn't really respond one way or the other. On the hourly, looks like we had started to rescind back to like 10.8, and now we're currently up at around 11 cents, just over 11 cents. So I don't really think there was like really too much to be taken away from there. I mean, everything was pretty much on par with what articles had been reporting. And so knowing that, we just have to wait and see where price is going to fall. Got to wait and see where price is going to fall. So just kind of recap. In all honesty, just kind of take a look at those candles there. And it'll show you exactly what you need to know. Personally, on this channel, we're waiting to see if price is going to roll back here to the 9 cent range, maybe even come down to the 8 cent, 3/10 of a penny range. So just under 8.5 cents. Moving forward, not just yet, right? They still have a lot of headwind that they have got to make it past. This whole entire grandiose plan that they have still has got to be essentially blessed by the SEC. And we don't know that it will be, right? We know CRO has not been the same company for a long time since they redid their staking program, which left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouth. Recently, they said, hey, we're going to burn 70 billion tokens. Actually, JK, we're going to reissue those 70 billion tokens that you all said you wanted us to burn, and that we did burn. And so this is pretty much has been a lifeline that's been thrown to CRO. And there's still much that has to be figured out. Again, all of what was talked about here today is not finalized. It still has to have certain details ironed out. So it's got to go through the SEC to get proper clearance and guidance and to be greenlit by the SEC. And even though this is a brand new SEC that could in fact greenlight this with little to no problem, we gotta wait for that to happen. Gotta wait for that to happen. So would I consider CRO a great project? Probably not. I think some things that are very interesting is that they're gonna have one of the first crypto ETFs, assuming that this does pass, that encompasses many different cryptos. And so that in itself is cool, but by and large, I'm still more so net negative than I am net positive, if that makes sense. Now, if all this gets approved and passed and we're well within our way, then potentially that could shift for me. But until then, like, I'm more net negative than net positive. Okay. Gabriel Guerrero, appreciate you for stopping in and joining the live. Thanks so much. So yeah, I mean, listen, 4.5 hours on this live stream. I think that's pretty much gonna do it. Got a price point, so what to be on the lookout for. Took a couple live trades. Some fared out better than others. Overall, made money during the stream, so that's pretty cool. Tomorrow we'll be going live either early in the morning or right around that lunch hour. Again, personally, I think Tuesday is going to hold a bigger understanding of where we could go in terms of overall price action for the market. So definitely be sure to tune in. Tomorrow we're going to be going over more charting, more trade setups. We're going to be going over the news, everything that's happening in the space. So if you guys have questions, BTC chart before you leave, for sure, let's take a look at it. Bitcoin is pretty much still kind of hanging out in the same spot, right? It's respecting this this gap that we've got here on the 4 hour. We're not really making any progress one way or the other. Something I will say here is, as this candle comes to a close, and this one will be closing in about 2 hours, keep in mind that price is coming down and we're getting ready to close on a doji. Now, a doji does not mean a reversal, but it does represent indecision, which could lead to price action reversal. We just have to wait and see. Again, I think Tuesday is going to give us better insight as to where the market is going to go. We've got a few gaps at 84, gap at 78, and if in fact price does not start to find itself trekking in the right direction, then certain lows on these targets will in fact be had. So if you take a look here at the daily, let's go ahead and get rid of this. All right, this down leg is create an up leg that takes out these highs. If this is really in fact where Bitcoin's price starts to roll over, these lows are going to get targeted. If in fact these lows are targeted, it's going to eliminate two of the gaps that we have. One we believe is at 84, the other is at 80. I'm sorry, let's see, let's pull up the chart here just to be sure. One is at 84, 84.7. The other is down here at around 77.6. I'm sorry, 77.760. Okay. If price in fact does make its way down again, we start to fall out of this ascending channel, lows get targeted. It's going to be, to be expected, it's going to be par for the course. I really wouldn't start freaking out until price gets down that low and we have a chance to kind of reevaluate what's going on. If you're a bear, those are your numbers that you're waiting for price to hit. If you're a bull, you're waiting to see if Bitcoin is going to close above that 93,000 zone that we talked about earlier. Okay, Yank 702, welcome to the stream, family. You get here just a little tardy. We still love you all the same though. So again, Bitcoin, I'm sorry, not 96, 94. If you're a bull, you're looking for 94. If you're a bear, you're looking to fill some gaps here at around 84,078. Sure, Robert. Don't mention it. Yeah, we'll be on tomorrow, mid-morning at the absolute latest at the lunch hour. Just kind of see exactly how the markets are responding. We'll give you an update as to how the trades that we took today, we're going to let some of those ride overnight. Let you know how those went. And yeah, breaking down more charts for you guys. So if you all have any questions, comments, concerns, please reach out to me on Twitter. Reach out to me here on TikTok. Got to say what's up to the top viewers here. We got Fear Crypto. We got Pluto. We got Rob Bob 925, we've got Jim Bone 817, Jason G, Mike X 2.0, Golden Boy Tucson, CA Marble I'm sorry, CA Maple Moose 76 CA. RT Gringo. John Eminem, Risa, Fred 249 for Austin Campbell. Always good to see you here, Austin. Drop a bomb for Austin, man. Long time supporter of the channel. Woke Crypto Adopter, again, friend, family member of the channel. Go ahead and drop a bomb in the chat for them as well. Yeah. Who else do we have in here? We've got TX Gringo, Michelle Clark. Michelle Clark. Oh my God, drop a bomb. Drop a bomb for Michelle. Says I'm late, but thanks for the bespoke live. You are more than welcome, family. More than welcome. Mike X 2.0. Always good to see you here, family. Drop a bomb in the chat for Mike X. RT Golden Boy. Let's see. Carl H442. Lee Control 82. Do your own effing research. Happy Life 543. I'm sorry, drop a bomb in the chat for do your own effing research. I love that. Oh man, you guys were amazing. You guys were amazing. Glenbo, Allen, Stop the Cap, Force Unfiltered. Appreciate each and every one of y'all. Listen, man, y'all could have been anywhere in the world, but y'all decided to be here with me, and damn it, I appreciate it. So listen, again, tomorrow early morning or lunch hour, I will be here. Make sure you're here. Beat me here, don't meet me here. Crypto Glenn signing out. So I appreciate y'all. See y'all tomorrow.
Hey, Jill, come on. We're going to be late for the Crypto Blend live stream. Call Barack and Michelle, see if they're going to tune in and watch. We can see him chart Doggy Moo coin.
Here we go!
This is the best president of the United States. High tariffs in the place. I'm watching Crypto Glenn. Only Dicky Duck.
We are late. The Crypto Glenn live stream has started without us. You fail me yet again, Stall Scream.
Jeez, I'm excited about this.
You're watching the Crypto Glenn nightly stream for me.
I'm too old for this shit. You know what time it is when you hear this, right?
Let's get